Okay, we don't need this working right now. I just want it. We'll see how long it takes. I just wanted to have the nice OBS overlay stuff that I used to have. So since I'm like multi-streaming and stuff, just show what I'm streaming on and stuff like that. Is anybody even here yet? Let me check. Maybe not. Let me put in a Discord that I'm live. Oh, fuck off. Right, so I want to have the OBS overlay stuff that we used to have. Let me get rid of some of these tabs because we don't need them all open. I just kind of assumed that Windows had some of this shit pre-installed because like Mac does for the most part. You have to sometimes enable certain things, but at least they're pre-installed and you just have to like, you know, change a boolean in your configuration files and then it's running. So I apologize for people just getting here that don't know what I'm doing. The whole setting up thing is going to be like longer than usual because I need your help, and I was going to do it off stream, but I'm struggling because Windows fucking sucks. But hello Anvar, hello Bjorn, and hello Steve Wood. How are you guys doing? Right, so I have a PHP file in localhost. We get a 404.3 because you know the extension configuration doesn't know how to open a PHP file because Windows fucking sucks. So I just figured, okay, just install PHP because like I'm confused. Shouldn't, maybe I'm not thinking of it correctly, but shouldn't Windows already have some sort of web server thing pre-installed? Does it not have anything? Because like we have localhost, right? We can run files on localhost. We can run. I mean, yeah, I guess you don't need JavaScript and HTML. You don't need a web server for that. But like, is there no type of web server built into Windows when there's localhost built into Windows? What the fuck? So I basically started doing this guy here, right? How to install PHP on Windows, right? And then I download it, right? So I went to the downloads page, right? I clicked on the Windows download thing here, and then I downloaded, I think it was, yeah, x64 thread safe. So I have that downloaded. And then I moved the PHP files, right? I extracted them and I moved them to C PHP. I got that far. Only Mac and Linux does that. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm used to using. I fucking hate Windows. I'm only using it because I would maybe want to use Linux, and we have tried that in the past, but you know, does Linux work with Photoshop? I don't think it does. There's just different software support sucks. I think OBS works. I don't think Photoshop works, and I don't know if Lightroom works, even though I don't necessarily need that on this computer. But I just wish Windows was better. I can probably technically one day install Mac and do the whole Hackintosh thing on this, and I probably would love to do that. It's probably just gonna be a headache to do to have it work right. Right. So I got this far. I have PHP done. We copied our ini file, right? I have the extension directory set up. I didn't enable any of these extensions because I don't think I'm using any of them. I don't think I need curl. I don't think I need MySQL. I don't think I'm using anything there. I'm not doing mail. I did the environment variable, right? And then I did this, and I kind of naively assumed, of course, it has Apache installed or some sort of thing. If it's not Apache, maybe Nginx or just something. Photoshop 2014 works on Linux. Well, hit me up after stream on Discord. I've got a multi-setup working without any capture cards. What's a multi-setup without capture cards mean? Oh, for like multi OS stuff. What is multi setup? Why would you need capture cards for that? Right. So I got this far. You can swap between Linux or Mac machine to Windows. Okay. All right. I will try to remember to do that. Sorry if I forget, especially because after the streams, I'm very tired and usually eat something, take a shower, do a little bit of real life work, take a nap, and then work more. But I'll try to. Thank you for the offer, Bjorn. And I don't need to do this right now because I don't want to bore you guys. If this is boring to watch me, not even work on the game, I'll work on this another time. But hopefully this will only take like at most half an hour. Right, so I guess I need to install Apache. I guess that's the next step, right? So now I have Apache open here. Do I want to do this here? Can I install? Hold on, wait. Install Apache on Windows 10. I guess I want to Google. Why is this so annoying? So in theory, I can have this guy here, right? I don't really want to run WAMP or XAMP or however you pronounce that. I guess I could, but I really don't want to. What time is it for me? It's 2:45 a.m. What is this for? It's for the and I guess I could rewrite it too, but I my old stream overlay stuff I wrote in PHP, and the reason I wrote it in PHP is so I can just update a file of like what I'm working on and stuff, and it can read files on the hard drive, whereas JavaScript can't do that. But I guess I could just, and there might have been a different reason or an additional reason why I had PHP. I don't remember. If it is just for file reading, I can probably just like store a cookie and just update a cookie instead. It might have been also something having to do with like APIs of things. I don't remember how I'm doing the overlay that well. I think a lot of it was for file reading. So I can update like when we get donations and stuff, we can update that in just one file for the game, and it uses it in the overlay as well. I mean, I can obviously update like a JavaScript file and have that reload all the time, but I don't remember what the reason was. I really don't, because I haven't touched the code in like literally years. So this is going to take a while. I won't bother with it. I just want to install Apache, right? So what am I supposed to be clicking on here? I don't really want WAMP, but maybe I could do it through WAMP, because then like with WAMP you need to have like an application running, right? Like it shows like an icon and then you can like start and stop. I don't want all that shit. I just want it running in the background always. I just want it like built into my OS. Do I want Apache Host? I guess that is, and then, or do I want Apache Lounge? I don't want the last three because I really don't want that whole stack server working. I know basically the only addition to the stack is MySQL, but I don't want MySQL right now. I don't need that right now. I guess I'll just click on Lounge. I guess I'll just download this. I want to extract that. I don't know where. We'll see what kind of installer it has. Also, Chrome is having issues with downloading things. What is up with that? Like it's like pausing for so long. There we go. Apache launch binaries have always been very out of the box and conservative, while Apache house builds are modified as you described. Okay, so I should be using house or house, however we pronounce that. Okay, I guess I'll do house. Get rid of this download. Okay, so downloads here. I'm not I'm not sure what I want to be clicking on here. So we have 2.4 server binaries. We have 2.4.x VC 14 modules for Apache. Do I want the server binaries? Also, which one? What is all that? Do I just want this? Do I just want OpenSSL Apache 2.4.43.x64? Probably the 11 megabyte one. The first one. But don't I want x64 because that's like, you know, better. It's like 64-bit, and this is maybe 32-bit. So wouldn't it probably be this 12.1 megabyte one? Okay, so I'll download this. I guess just either of these server locations. Right, that's Germany. I don't even know what the fuck that is, right? This is Germany, right? I'm like a, okay, yeah, that's right. I'm an ignorant American. I don't know my flags. I really do. I wish I remembered why I needed it to be in PHP. I don't remember what reason I initially wrote them in PHP, but I feel like I had a good reason. That reason might not even be needed anymore. Maybe I was using something that I'm not even using anymore. All right, so we want to extract all, right? I guess to the same location, I guess. Should I be looking at something like this that tells me? Okay, yeah, maybe this, because they're using Apache host 2. All right, so that's extracting. Right. I'm guessing I want to move this to like C eventually. Let's see what they tell me to do. Oh, so we could have extracted directly to there, but whatever, it doesn't matter. So if I just like copy this, right, and then go into C, whoops, here, then I can just paste this. But I want to see what the naming is. Okay, just get rid of the space in there, right? So if I paste this, okay, there's no space, good. So we gotta wait for that to move. Oh, my shit's so slow to do that. And I have an SSD, so it shouldn't be that slow to move stuff. But whatever. It's not that slow. It just seems slower than it should be. Okay, so open an administrator command prompt. Can I just, can I not just like write? I don't know if this is administrator or not. Also, I have my, you know, let's close that because I changed my current directory. Can I like right click this? Yeah, run as administrator. Okay. Right. No, I have an SSD. Right? Yeah, what is up with that? It feels way slower than it should be. I have an SSD. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Porn viruses, yeah. You caught me. Alright, so we have that, and then change the installation directory. So what do I want to do? What do I want to do with this? Just type it into command prompt? I'm afraid to do that, but let's say no. I should be careful about what I'm doing with command prompt. Change the installation directory for all purposes of that. Why do PCS Corona? Oh, fuck this shit. This is so annoying. Windows. Why? Why is Windows so shit? Like I was saying in Discord, why the fuck do I need Candy Crush Saga pre-installed but not a web server? Like, what the fuck? When, in my view, every other, I mean, I know we basically only have 3 options, but every other OS there, the ones that I actually use, Linux and Mac, have web servers pre-installed. It just is so obvious to me. All right, so what do I do here? I don't know how to change the installation directory. Can I just skip that step? And then we want to run the program httpd.exe. I'm guessing that is inside of, right? So if we went to C and then we went to Apache 24, I'm guessing there's an executable somewhere in here. Maybe not. We have our bin. There's an executable here. Yeah. So I'm just going to run this. Right? Maybe. Fuck this shit. Hold on. If I run as administrator. Fuck Windows so much. Run anyway. Holy shit. Fuck you, Windows. Okay. All right, so that's. I'm also a little bit worried about doing this because I don't want to fuck up my like Frinlet stuff. So that should be localhost, right? That should be the same thing. Do I have to actually have localhost? Because that should be the same thing. I don't know if that worked or not. We can go to actual localhost, I guess. Same thing. We don't see Apache host. I don't know if I did something wrong. I don't know. I mean, there's already going to be something there, right? Because Windows seemingly has something built in, right? For it has localhost built in, just not a web server, which is retarded. So do I want to have our current directory? Fuck this. I hate it. Whatever. Maybe I don't care about any of this. Right. So if we had our current directory set to there in command prompt, they did not make that. At least to me, they didn't make that very obvious. What was going on with that? So is this? Hold on. This is the command prompt from the executable, or okay. So if I change our directory right to Apache bin, right? See, they say change the installation directory, but to me, if we're just doing command prompt, that's our current directory in here. So if we did that, right, then and then we just want to like paste that, right? Is that just how we run that? No. Or like yes, but like there's something wrong because like of I don't know permissions or some shit. Fuck this. Fuck this so much. I hate Windows. I hate it so much. I'm guessing we're gonna have errors here, right? So it's bitching about an attempt was made to access a socket in a way forbidden by its access permission. So we have permission issues. Maybe I won't do this now. Maybe we don't need an overlay. I thought it'd be nice because like I'm streaming on Mixer and shit now, right? So I wanted to like at least show that I can just rebuild something in JavaScript, but I'll do that off stream. I just figured how hard could it be to have your OS run a fucking web server? I can install WAMP, I guess. Because that should be easy, right? That should be like a one-click install, right? I just didn't want something that bloated and heavy. Is that a firewall problem? Your guess is good as mine because it's fucking Windows, man. Hold on. I'll do WAMP. I didn't want to, but in theory, what fucking thing do I want to click on when I Google WAMP? The first thing, SwordForce.net. What I want is just a fucking virus. Or do I want XAMP or whatever the hell that is? This is why I hate Windows. It's a terrible operating system. I mean, I know like my whole issue really is with Apple not letting me install my OS on wherever the hell I want easily. But still, why can't Windows just be better? All right, I guess I just click download. Hopefully I'm not downloading a virus here. And that's probably going to be running on a different port, I would guess, because when I have MAMP installed. Use XAMP, fine, okay. Well, that you use XAMP, but I guess that means I should. I don't know. I barely know what the difference is. I could download both and then figure out what we want to install. Okay, so here's XAMP. Okay, so we're downloading both. This should just be a one-click install, right? You would hope. But maybe it won't be that easy. Let's close some of this shit. I don't want to have to configure MySQL, so hopefully it's not going to force me to. What for? What, Cvoid XAMPP or what? I mean, I don't want an interface. I just want to have the web server running in the background. When I start up my computer, start up the web server. When I shut down my computer, obviously it would shut down, right? I just want it the same way. Oh, for WAMP. Well, I'm probably gonna use XAMPP anyway, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna wait for these to finish downloading. Where did my XAMPP download go though? Hold on, let me look at my downloads. Okay, so here's XAMPP. I guess run as administrator. I guess. All right. I'm going to install XAMPP. If it has an interface and whatever. I don't care. All right. Important because an activated user account control on your system. Because an activated user account control on your system, some functions of XAMPP are possibly restricted. Fuck this. I hate Windows. Let me see how long I've been working on this. Hold on, because if this is, I've been working on this for 22 minutes on stream so far. So I guess we can either disable UAC, right? Or we can not install and program files, right? I don't know where we'd want to install it, but in theory, that's our two solution set lists here, right? I guess I'll try to not install and program files because that's missing our write permissions. So I'll just install it like on my fucking desktop or something because that should have the right permissions. All right, I don't want MySQL. That's good. I can turn that off. I don't really need mail server. I really don't even need FTP probably. I don't know what Tomcat is. At least off the top of my head. I shouldn't need Perl, but I guess I'll leave it there. You know what? Excuse me. I'll just let it be bloated. Because if I ever decide to add these, later, it'll be easier if they're just there. I'll let it be bloated. I installed directly to C drive. Do you have write Corona? Yeah. Do you have write permissions there though? I don't really know. I guess I do because I just wrote something there, but I'm just gonna do it on desktop because I know the permissions should be like perfectly fine there. I know what is up with this OneDrive shit too. I fucking hate this. Windows sucks so fucking much. All right, I don't want it in OneDrive. Is there a way to turn that off? I gotta install Hackintosh. This is infuriating. Okay, I'll install it on C. Oh, it needs a folder, right? So, XAMPP. Oh, fuck this. All right, hopefully the right permissions are fine with this. Hey, Dragon. This is like a 40-minute setup that we're doing here, and it's probably not even going to be worth it. And my overlay is probably going to suck, and people are going to want me to turn it off. Okay. I guess next, right? Hopefully that installs fast. So far, it's at 0%. The fuck. Okay. I don't want all this bloated shit on my computer, but oh well. You do desktop. Yeah, I probably should have done desktop. I just fucking hate that it's like under OneDrive. I don't want it with OneDrive. hate Windows OneDrive, and they like send me emails all the time saying, "Oh, your OneDrive storage is full." I never even wanted to use OneDrive. They forced me to. Why is it so slow? Nothing is this like my MacBook is 8 years old, right? And like shitty, right? It's really starting to not do so well. But even with a shitty 8-year-old MacBook, right, with much slower specs in every regard. Well, I guess the CPU is maybe a little bit better, but much slower specs in almost every regard, right? I never have to wait. Like if I was installing the same shit on my MacBook, it'd be like, 2 seconds. I don't even know how to uninstall. I don't even want to use Windows though, because even if I fix my problem with OneDrive, right, I'm gonna have a million other issues with Windows still. It's insane to me that people like Windows. Like, yeah, I know the whole hating on Mac, and I guess that is basically the only option because I understand not wanting to use Linux, especially for not like a super techie person, and I guess if you're a gamer, I guess there's also less game support, I guess. And then Apple, they don't let you install their OS on your own machine, so there's that whole issue, right? But I just wish there was something better out there. I'd be happy with Apple, right, and just using Mac personally, and I think more people probably would be because at least Unix based at least. But they're a shitty company and they don't let you just install it on any machine easily. There's ways to do it, but they don't want you to do it, and it's not easy to do. It's not just a single click. There just needs to be a better option out there, or Windows just needs to improve because holy shit do I hate it. I mean, maybe I'm just the only person that hates it, and everybody just like, oh, Windows isn't that bad, but holy shit do I hate it. It's all Unix now on Windows. Oh, I didn't know that. But still, so wait, they have a Unix based system. All the well, I mean, I know I'm saying all the other, but there's only two others, right? Why not have a fucking web server pre-installed? Like I said, if you're gonna have Candy Crush Saga pre-installed, why not a web server? And look how fucking long it's taking to install this. 8-year-old MacBook with way shittier specs, right, would have this installed in 5 seconds. Windows is just torture. It's like stuck at like 93% or whatever that is. It's probably more than 93, 98% or whatever. Fucking go, Windows. I don't have time for this shit. I want to be working on my game. It's a half an hour now. We've been doing this shit for half an hour. I might abandon all hope. I might just not have the overlay. I just thought it'd be nice, and how hard could it be? Maybe I'll rewrite some sort of overlay in JavaScript. Holy shit. It's so fucking slow. It shouldn't be the SSD that, I mean, you'd think it may be related to that because it's like, stuff with moving and writing and reading files. But the SSD is not old. I bought that like a couple years ago. The SSD on my MacBook is 8 years old. The SSD on my desktop is 2 years old. Maybe a little bit more than that, 3 years, maybe 4 years old, but still, it doesn't matter. It's an SSD. It should never be this slow. I guess I want to start the control panel. I don't fucking know. Okay, fuck this. Cannot create file that access denied. Fuck Windows. Let's see if this runs. I don't think it will. So let's just start Apache. No. Nope. Fuck Windows. I hate it. I guess I'll probably, and our temporary solution will probably be to just remake an overlay in JavaScript. I hate Windows. I just wasted half an hour of my life. This is going to be a continuing trend with the streams. Okay, I guess I should still leave setting up because I still didn't even like tweet out or anything because I wanted to get this configured first so people wouldn't be joining in while I'm trying to get this working. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right. So, game dev, right, guys? I want to grab a screenshot of some sort real quick for tweeting this out. Sure, that's probably fine. Snipping tool, new. And then I guess I'm already so frustrated with the Windows shit. I almost don't want to do what I was going to do, but I guess I'll try it. We were discussing on Discord, right? Trying to fix the lag spike stuff. So as long as it's not too much of a headache, I will take a look at the lag spike stuff when we're loading up the world and try to log when we're doing certain things. Also, we probably don't need this Blender stuff open anymore. Let's save this as another file. Let's also close this guy here. And then, what the fuck was I doing? Right, I'm tweeting out. I'm tweeting out that I'm streaming. Probably doesn't matter. Probably nobody looks at this shit on Twitter, but whatever. People always tell me I need to be better at advertising this stuff, so I'll try to be a little bit better. I gotta get that picture. Okay, just a couple more seconds and I'll be done setting up. Okay. Should be set up. We're going to be focusing on our whole lag spike issue for a little bit and see how terrible that goes. So just our base, right, to see what's happening is I'm just going to do a hard refresh. I didn't make any changes in the code, right? And I want to see just how bad it is, right? Because we know it's pretty bad. And then I'm going to start logging stuff to see if I'm sending messages too early and all that, and see what order things are happening in, and take a look at that, and then try to see if I'm doing anything weird, and then try to make improvements to that, and then hopefully it'll start being better. So ideally, the stuff immediately around the player I want to be able to see immediately. The stuff further out can take longer. So we can see terrain basically immediately. It's a pretty low LOD terrain. It's a lag spike, so we're getting like 1 FPS, and then it resumes back to around 30, and then 1 FPS, and then resumes back to about 30. Right now it's not bad, but then again, a little bit laggy. It's actually not that bad right now. We've had worse. And I actually started seeing trees not that long, but still, it's like really, really bad. We're probably sending way too many messages. In fact, if we look at this, we didn't even start getting these chunk messages yet. So like they build up and then we get a ton of messages, right? So we want to wait probably because it took 20 seconds for this, right? The first one was 20 seconds after the first request for it to come through. And we have this giant backlog here that's just increasing. The ones coming in now, we requested 37 seconds ago, right, for the lowest lot. And they don't start coming in immediately. There's a weird lag. And in theory, I guess part of it could be that it's just taking that long to generate the first things. But it's definitely not that, because we're generating them on the fly and they don't take that long after the game's loaded. So we got to figure out what these giant spikes are for. I'm actually surprised that for the highest lot, it wasn't that bad this time. And it didn't look that bad, actually, because we saw trees fairly immediately. So I don't know, maybe it just like happened to work out good for there. But like all of these, we need to wait for that request until the web worker is ready. And I think that will help a lot of the issues we have. So let's open up this code. I'll probably get rid of some of this old files we've opened, right? And then I want to look at our web workers file and our chunk builder, which is, so our web workers file is basically how the main thread handles our web workers. And then like our chunk builder is our web worker for building chunks. So I want to console log a few things. I want to console log, I don't know if this is synchronous and stuff, but in theory, after we import all of the things that we need to import, well, yeah, let's just have one here. This should be fairly immediate because this is just like once the file loads. We're going to console.log, and unfortunately this will probably log a lot of times because we have many instances of this web worker, but it's not a big deal. Hopefully, ideally we'd have a name to it, but it doesn't matter. Let's just get stuff logging and see what it's like. So console.log chunk builder. I kind of just want to write line 55, right? I know it's not descriptive at all, but I don't really know what to call it. I kind of want to say file load it, and that may be okay, but that's not even necessarily. I'll say file. It's like when the file is initially executing, right? Because we don't have this inside any functions. It's just, there's no indentation here. We don't have this inside anything. We just have a file that's calling console.log. So it's like when we're initially executing, right? We'll just write exe. Sure. It's initially executing the file. So we initially execute the console log in there. Also, I want to go into my save data and get rid of the spammy console log stuff I have in there right now, because we don't want that. And it's just going to be harder for me to read what's going on. I don't think not that one. That's not the spammy one. That's not the spammy one. I think, no, it's not it either. Where's my spammy one that I really don't like? Maybe I already got rid of it and I forgot. Because we were like saying saved game world. Let's see, is it spamming here? Oh shit, okay. Yeah, where are these coming from? Why can't I find that? Is it not a log? Is it info? Oh, maybe it's a console.info. Yeah, it is. That's why I couldn't find it. Console.info. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Whoops. Because we don't need that spamming. Right. So we'll just have this here. This is going to be our least informative line. What I'm much more concerned about is when we have our init functions, right? So we're going to call this like our chunk.js start it init, right? And then once we import all these scripts, I'm assuming this is synchronous, but I'm not 100% sure. I hope it's synchronous. We can also probably put timestamps on these messages. That might be helpful. But in theory, we can just look at the order. I just wish we could log one at a time, which maybe we could by looking at something about the init message. We can just like have an init message on just one of the web workers. I don't know. But yeah, we started the init, right? Chunk builder started init. We're gonna say chunk builder init files question mark, right? Because I don't know if that's synchronous. But if it is, it shouldn't get to this line until it imports all these scripts, right? I kind of have a feeling that this is asynchronous. I can look at the documentation for import scripts for web workers and see if it says if it's asynchronous, so maybe we'll do that as well. Let's just look at just this and see if there's a big gap between starting init and chunk builder init files, right? And then we post a message back that hopefully is something along the lines of saying that the chunk builder is ready. But let's just see what starts logging. Okay, so what I basically expected, right? That file should execute as soon as it loads them, so that's correct. So that's all good. Let's go to the world. Okay, so we started our init, which means that is synchronous, it looks like, because it didn't do the loading of the files yet. So that's very good. Right. So actually, this is a good thing. I have an idea of where this is breaking. As long as we start eventually seeing the message come through saying that we init the files, and that means we need to wait for that longer, which kind of sucks. That's going to bring up like if we just wait for the whole game load, it's going to suck. I can write some code to like merge all the stuff. Yeah. Okay. That's very good to know. And that's where that giant lag comes of we already requested a bunch of things and then they all have to get sent through, and it's a whole thing. So we have a much better idea of how this is breaking, right? However, it takes a really long time to load those files, and that sucks. But let's just pause this. We know this is synchronous. So in theory, the initial loader, we would have it so it, how do I want to do this? We can try to load them earlier because we're not loading them until we like start the game. We can probably, is that true? Yeah, we should be able to load them earlier. It's just the whole knowing what the files are. That's the issue with that. But in theory, so we want to send a message back. Let's see. I have some ideas. We don't want to run the loader until we have all the messages, right? So let's look at where our message type for our web workers is for message type 11, right? Because that's what we're sending through here. Let's just see if I do something with this 11, right? Not that one. Let's see. This one. And that is for iterating the loader. So that's a bit strange to me. Are we not actually waiting on that? Maybe. Okay, so now if we look at, let's look at our iterate loading function, because maybe we're not waiting long enough and we used to be. I think that is an issue. And that's when I was adding different amounts of web workers, that's how it might have started breaking, because we were running the game before that initialized. But let's see where the code is for that, because I don't really remember. Probably around here, right? Because we're just storing these files. We're not calculating these files, we're just storing them. So if we look at engine.loadit now, yeah, our count is 176, but our max was set to 160. So if I just brought this up to 176, that should already be leaps and bounds better, because we'll be waiting longer. We really shouldn't be having this stored as some sort of just like kind of magic-ish value. We should be trying to calculate what that max number should be. And I probably can do that because we know the amount of workers. So for each one, it would be, so let's see, we were off by 16. In theory, that 160, right? I'm not 100% sure, but in theory, we can do like that plus our workers. Is that even the right amount of workers though? Engine.workers. We should be able to not have that be a magic number. We should be able to like probably get our worker length maybe minus a certain value because we might have to wait for all of these. They may not all return something. Since I don't know right now, let's just see if this helps. So we're going to have this magic number here right now, magic-ish at least. And let's just see if this helps, because this should not run the game until it loads the files, right? So let's close this. Let's refresh. Hopefully I'm thinking of this correctly. So, right, we ran the execution stuff. I can get rid of that because I just want to know what was going on there. Does each worker utilize a core/thread? I mean, it's however Chrome implements it, right? So I don't really know. The idea behind web workers is basically for it to be JavaScript's version of multi-threading. So however Chrome decides to allocate those web workers to cores or threads is however that happens. I don't have control over that. But the idea behind web workers is to get it off the main thread and put them, in theory, into their own thread. So I don't know. I'd have to maybe read documentation. Maybe each browser is different. Maybe it also depends on your hardware, how Chrome decides to allocate them. All right, but this is already much better. You can see it waits for things, and then we shouldn't have that giant lag spike. I mean, we still have, or no, we still have lag spikes, but we don't have a lag in seeing trees. We see trees immediately, but we still have lag spikes. Right, and you can see here, these are much better. It's only like it's less than 5 seconds for these initial loads. We don't have those giant 20-second buildups. We still do have them here, and that's probably just because we're asking way too much in the beginning, but we can maybe try to fix that bit. Yeah, but we still do have lagging of frames, just not lagging of generation. So we definitely made some improvements. However, something is either the main thread is getting back too many messages per frame, or I'm not exactly sure. In theory, let's look at the backlog of messages. Maybe while it's loading, we can get some of those messages and wait for some of them are loaded, and we wait till our queue be much more empty. So where is that under? That's like if we go to web workers, right, and we look at our parse queue, whatever I'm calling it. It's like our data to parse length, right? Yeah. Let's look at this value and see how full it is right now. All right, yeah, it's pretty fucking full. So in theory, we want to just wait after a certain amount of time, and then also until that length is down to like a much better value. So we'll wait for it to build up, and then wait for it to bring back down to around, I don't know, 100 or so, maybe at least less than 1,000. The whole issue with this is, yeah, it will be helping and improving, but if I'm not actually optimizing the data itself, right, the generation itself, all that it's doing is making the initial loading of the game longer until you can get into the world. But once you get into the world, it'll you know, be faster. You just have to wait longer to get into the world. Whether or not that's a good thing, I'm not 100% sure. Let's watch the queue length though, and just see like how long it takes to start going through these. So we're gonna have this here, right? So it is going through the queue. It is dropping, at least it's not continually increasing. Dropping about maybe 100 per second, but that's still a lot. That's going to take 30-ish seconds, right? Speeding up maybe a little bit faster now, but it's still going to be like 15 seconds at least. So that's not the best. And now the queue is empty. Now, in theory, now the game's loaded, right? I can't really watch this because I don't want the debug panel up. But in theory, things should be pretty smooth here on out. If we get a lot of messages back, it might be a little dip for a couple frames. But for the most part, this feels smooth. and as long as we're not like generating much more data than I can walk, we shouldn't at least get big lag spikes. It might be a little bit because we still are getting data through, and it still is a little taxing on the main thread with parsing the data itself. But you know, once we get through that initial queue, it's pretty good. Which is interesting because the bottleneck is not necessarily the generation. Part of it is a little bit, but a big part of the bottleneck is actually parsing. So that's actually a good thing. That's a good problem to have, because we can parse more per frame while the game is still loading. So if that number gets really, really large, we can just parse like 100 per frame, and yeah, you'll get a really shitty FPS, but it'll probably go through them faster. I'm guessing that's will help. Let's temporarily just parse this like crazy, or let's have a function. How do I want to do this? Let's just build some. Let's have a utility function just for testing and debugging, right? And I'm just gonna call this u dot something like parse queue, right? Like parse entire queue. I don't know what I'm gonna call it, but parse full queue. That's not what I'm gonna probably have the name be in the end, but you know, that's a temporary name until I think it's something better. But let me just write this out here, right? So it's gonna call parse data, right? And in theory, we can just call that in a loop based off the length. Things might get returned after that, so it's not going to necessarily do full length. We can call it more times than the length itself, right? So we can have for var I equals 0, I is under that guy, right? Then I plus plus. If I wanted to, I can just be on the safe side and call it like 100 extra times. It won't, if there's nothing to parse, it's okay. It'll just return inside this function. You know, we check the length. If it's empty, we return, right? So you can just like be on the safe side and just do 100 extra in case we got some extra messages in the meantime, which we probably would be getting. I don't know if I really want to do this all in one single frame, because that's a lot of shit to do in one single frame. So it's going to be one really big lag spike, but then it will after that be fine. But this might like, you know, be too large of an execution in Chrome, and then like, you know, like you have that whole thing where it's like that thing pops up in Chrome and it says, you know, you can either choose to wait or abort, that whole thing with Chrome. So we'll see what happens with this. I also don't really love my naming of the function, but it's fine. All right, so that should be the function. I'm gonna have this ready to go in console, and I kind of want to call it at the right time. You know what we can do? We can have special, I don't know if I'm gonna love this, but we can have special code, right, that detects if the queue gets too large, and then basically it's just going to automatically pause the game. This is probably going to be a shitty solution, but it'll basically pause the game and have some sort of overlay. It's just going to say like, wait while we generate the world, you know? It'll just have like generating worlds with a little spinner and not let you play. And it will just be, in theory, for you might not even need to see it, because in theory, just a couple frames. I don't know. Depends how many frames we do this over. But let's see how much of an improvement this is. So I'm going to have this ready to go in console. I kind of want to also be able to see how full the queue is. Let's return. Let's console.log, right? Our queue length when we're doing this. So let's say this is so that means actually this might not be necessary, this bit of extra 100, but it's not going to do any harm. But this might not ever actually use the extra 100. It depends on how this is all asynced, but it doesn't really matter. Doing an extra 100 is never going to do any harm. but we want to console log, and I just want to console log every time I call that how full the queue was. So we'll just say parsing entire queue or full queue, right? Length, and then we'll show the length, something like that. It doesn't really matter. I want to have an idea of if I should keep calling that and how much I should be calling it, because it won't really give me much more well, it'll give me some information on the initial one, but as I keep calling it, also there's typos here, I want to see if it was pretty full each time. I got to remember to make a note to myself to get rid of that magic number later. All right, so this is also, in theory, yeah, slowing this down a lot. So in theory, I think what we're waiting on is for those files to load. I think that's what happened here, because right, we have all these started inits, but we don't have any of those like completed inits. Yeah, so we have that whole issue. Maybe we can also do that so it's not all one giant request or something. I'm not really sure. We'll have to figure that guy out. Also, it might be better if I minify those files somehow, so I have some sort of way that we like compile-ish. That's gonna suck, but basically like compile it so it minifies all of these files into one file. That might help the load. I'm not really sure. But yeah, I wanna parse the full queue, right? That length is not that large. It's actually surprising because maybe it's because we didn't get our maybe it's just running. Well, still lag spike. Okay, so maybe that's when we didn't get that big queue. Whoops. Until now. What the fuck? Okay. No. But we still have weird lagging, but the queue doesn't seem to be full. Hold on. What is going on with this? So we have big lag spikes still. We still, okay, hold on. What the fuck? Am I not logging this right? The length is 1,000. Why is it saying 2? Let's try that once more. Okay, that was a little bit better, but the length should be bigger than that. Alright, I don't know fully what's happening with that. Let's just increase the amount we parse all time. In theory, that's bringing down our FPS, though, the more we parse it, in theory, but I don't actually know 100% if that's true. So wherever we're doing that, I have some shit code that I was temporarily doing an update that I'm definitely not leaving in there, where the way I'm parsing it is just like I have it pasted a few times because we were testing if we're doing it more times, if it's better, right? But obviously it should like, yeah, so we have this shit here, right? And obviously temporary, right? That's what I have here. This is also somewhat temporary, doing it in a for loop, but obviously that's a little bit better. Let's see how many lines we had, right? So this was 10 lines, so we're doing it 10 times here. Let's do it many more times. Let's do like 100. Maybe even more than that. Let's do 250. Right, let's just see if this is like, our queue won't grow, but when we have, if it's bad to do like more than 10 in a frame, and we're frequently getting that amount in per frame, that's bad. You know, it's going to bring down the FPS. But let's do a refresh and see what this is like. In theory, I wonder if it'd be better if instead of calling all of those load files all, you know, in the same for loop, if I had some sort of time offset on them, so like there's like a timeout on them that would wait an extra little while. Also, we can ask for this to be to have the file sooner, as long as it knows about the file sooner. So we can bring that a little bit forward, so we don't have quite as long as they load here, because this whole loading waiting here is waiting for all those files to load on the web worker. That's at the last little bit here. Okay, so what was I trying to do here? This should be doing 250 per frame parses. So we're doing 25 times the parsing, so the queue really shouldn't fill up. And let's see if that's an improvement. I mean, yeah, it's not the best FPS, but it's not quite as long lag spikes. I had like 1. And the world is definitely generating much faster than it usually would, right? Especially since we're waiting for that message. I'm a little bit confused what's going on with terrain, because you would think that would be generated. And the queue, it shouldn't be waiting in the queue. I mean, yeah, now it generate, but you would think that would come on pretty soon. Also, we have a lag spike again. The lag spike kind of seems relative to like the inputs, because like I might be just crazy, but like if I press escape and then click on, there's like, if I'm just playing like this, there's not a lag spike really. I mean, it's shitty FPS because we're parsing so much per frame, but it's not a lag spike. But if I press escape to release my mouse and then click again, there's like always a lag spike, like a bad one. And then it's fine. So something with the input, which might not be entirely my fault, that might be Chrome's fault, because Chrome has some weird issues with performance with inputs. But something with the input, now it's fine. Now that it loaded everything, it's fine. But Chrome might not like the mouse lock API while the CPU is a little overloaded, something along those lines. And I am curious if I switch to Firefox, if some of these issues won't happen in Firefox. I should maybe test that out, because Firefox seemed to be a bit smoother when I was just running it a couple times. I didn't really do any full-on testing, but just running Firefox a couple times just felt a little bit faster. Let's do that. I mean, obviously I want it to work well in Chrome, because I believe many more people use Chrome over Firefox. But I'm just curious. We have Firefox here, right? If this is any better. Hold on one second. Okay, well, first of all, that's using a cache. Hold on. This might take a second to do. Just trying to configure some of my stuff in Firefox how I'd prefer it. Well, I don't know where to find everything that I'm looking for. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I'll do it later. All right, whatever. It's fine. Oh, so it's still using a cache. I guess that's what's happening there. I hope that's what's happening there. Let's do a hard refresh. Yeah, okay. So let's see if this seems to perform better. Forgot I did that because I was so frustrated with multiplayer support. Okay. Even though it's slower initially, if it's loading those files faster, I don't know, that would be logging on the bottom. So I don't know why that initial load is being so slow. Okay, so the initial loader definitely feels slower by a lot. I can look at if there's anything interesting in console. Now it's speeding up at least, but we didn't even have that init files. Okay, that's not waiting for what we need it to wait for. Is it? Maybe it is. How come I only... Oh, because that's logging multiple times, right? Okay. So maybe that's correct. I still don't know. And we still have some lag spikes, but it actually does feel better. I mean, and again, I'm not like, I don't have any profiles open. My resolution's lower than in Chrome. I mean, just going off a feel, obviously I don't have any sort of like benchmarking going on, no profilers. It just feels a little smoother. It doesn't really matter because I need this shit to work in Chrome. So I'm just curious as a test though. No real data off of this, just going off of feels. Seems a little bit smoother. And somebody was telling me in chat the other day, like their whole WebKit, I still call it WebKit, but it's not even that anymore. That's like when it was like experimental. The request animation frame thing, right? That's better in Firefox apparently. Like it uses I forget what the word they were calling it was. Like servo, I think. Yeah, like servo something with their request animation frame, and it like makes it way faster. And it does feel pretty smooth. It's like weird. Like it feels smooth, but then also like kind of not. Now let's see if the same issue happens with input, even though I waited a bit long for that. Inputs feel smoother. Maybe that's what feels smoother. I don't know. The actual frame rate is actually not, it's not super solid at 30, so it's not like necessarily an improvement. It almost looks a little worse, but input feels smoother. But maybe that's just me. Okay, it was kind of a pointless test, but I was curious. Let's go to this guy now. Chrome. And let's just see. So yeah, loading seems to go a lot faster, but the last little bit it stops on Chrome because it's waiting for it to init all those files. I can try the whole doing a set timeout on those requests of the files. I don't know if that would really help. I feel like it wouldn't. And I wish I could merge them all into one file, but that's going to be hard. I don't want this file open. I want chunk builder. Okay, so a big part of the initial load, I still have weird shit with the input. But the initial load, before you're even in the game, before you even see the player, if we want to fix that, and I'm not super concerned about it. When just even like AAA games with the size they've gotten to be nowadays, like I feel like you're loading something, right? It does take a while on the initial load. Like if you load up, I don't know, I'll just say like, I don't know, GTA or some shit. I don't know. I don't have GTA, so I don't know if it's true, but I feel like a game like that, you know, the initial like load bars or whatever, I feel like they take a little while. So I don't know how concerned I should be on that. And if I did do a set timeout on this, it would complicate things a little bit. Because let me think for a second. well, yeah, if I just did set timeout, it would make it asynchronous. So then we'd have to like have some sort of like thing that's always checking if it has them load it and then send out the message. This is kind of nice how it's synchronous, and I kind of doubt requesting them over time instead of all in the same frame is going to help that much. The one upside to it is we can make the loader itself a little bit smoother because we can send a message for each load. Does import scripts have a callback? Let's see. That'd be nice. Okay, so here's some documentation. We can, ooh, I didn't know that. Instead of doing a for loop, oh, I wonder if that'll be more efficient. Instead of doing a for loop, we can call multiple files like that. It's a comma separated list though. How do I generate a comma separated list that's not an array? I can do like eval on it. I don't want to do eval because that's probably a very bad idea. How do we programmatically do that? Is that possible without doing like something like eval? Why can't you just do an array? Why couldn't they have just written it like that? Why is this API so shit? But it doesn't look like there's a callback function on it. That would have been a little bit nice. But I guess since it's not asynchronous, I could write my own callback function. Since it's not asynchronous, there's not really a reason for there to be a callback function. Does anybody know if that would be possible? Let me just write it out here. Explain my question to you guys. Because in my brain, the only way this would be possible is with eval, right? So we want to have a list, right, where it's 1.js, 2.js. Whoops. Right? I really like dyslexiaing this. 3.js, right? Something like this, right? However, how the hell would you do something like this? If it was an array, obviously it'd be super easy. We'd just pass through an array. It's not though. It's just comma separated values there. How do we do that programmatically? Is that even possible? I feel like it's not, unless we just have it as a string and then run eval on it, which I can do. It's not like I really shouldn't though. No, I really shouldn't, especially because it's data that we're grabbing from the main thread and stuff. I really should never do eval. That's definitely a terrible idea. I guess I could like sanitize it to the best of my ability, the input, and then run eval, but still. I mean, I know it shouldn't be that important. Like, you know, so this is all client side. It's not like server side stuff. So, it's not the end of the world to do that, but the whole issue that scares me just a tiny bit with eval is like multiplayer stuff, right? So in theory, you sure you can't use an array? I guess I'm not sure. We could try it. I'm just looking at Mozilla's documentation here. But maybe I'm wrong. And I don't even know if it'll make a difference. Like doing a for loop right versus doing this, they might be essentially the same. A comma separate list is an array. Yeah, but okay. Okay. I gotta build the array for that. Right. So we're gonna have our array files array, we'll call it. So I'll just test stuff. I feel like it's not gonna work, but if it does, that'd be nice. So we'd want to push into our files array. Each one of these guys. And then let's just see if it works on that. it'll probably throw errors. I'm not even going to do it down here because I'm pretty sure this will give us errors, or at least not have the files that it needs. Yeah, and then we're going to have like weird undefined things. But if it takes an array, hopefully I generate that array correctly. I'm pretty sure I did, right? Yeah. All right, let's have console open, and let's get rid of this. I guess I want to look at all messages, and let's do a hard refresh and see if the web workers start saying shit of undefined, because nothing's getting undefined because the files are not loading in. But even if this does work, I don't know. Okay, yeah, so we have lots of errors that didn't work. Import scripts, failed to execute import scripts on worker global space at script. It like turned it into, did something weird. It tried to, well, it tried to load everything. So it stringified it. It treated this as one long string. So what it did is, all right, so if I have my, hold on, let's undo. Let me have my like little pseudocode comment thing. What it looks like it did, right, is we were doing this, right? We want to have 1, 2, 3, right? So instead we pass it through as an array. But what it looks like it did instead, I think, is it, let me see. It basically made it into this. It turned it into one string like that. Import scripts, apply null scripts. Huh. I will try that. Also, I have no idea if this does anything different with performance, so it doesn't really matter. If it doesn't increase performance, this is all a waste of time anyway, because doing it in a for loop and calling it each time would be fine. Is that what this would be doing anyway? Is kind of like a for loop? I'm not really sure. I don't know what this bit of code is doing, but we could try it. What is scripts necessarily? Scripts is just the array of file names, right? I guess. So I will call this our files array and do the same thing again and see if this works. Our files array is this guy here. But if this is essentially just making it a for loop instead of passing them all through, then it's not really doing anything different. But let's just see. And it's only, if the performance working on is only for the initial loader anyway, and I'm less concerned about that, so none of this really matters. I have to be trying to fix the load. Okay. The load once you actually get into the world, not this loader. Okay, so far no errors, but we didn't get into the world yet. It's still taking a long time, but I didn't like put the whole apply thing on our sub entity files, which is probably a big issue with that. Okay, so that works. I don't know if Steve, I don't know when you were saying yeah, if that was to this basically just being a for loop, or if that was to something else I said. But I guess if it is essentially just a for loop, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's setting the array in the func. Okay. So it makes no difference to what I was currently doing. I'll try it anyway with both done, but it really shouldn't be any different. What we could also do is try to space them out over time. Logically, I don't think that would make a difference, but just in case it doesn't like having to load. In theory, having to load, like, it's a lot of files too, but I don't know the exact number. Let's just say 20 files. In theory, having to load 20 files all at the same time simultaneously, or just spacing them out a little bit, like 1/10 of a second per each request, would that really make a difference? All right, so this is just a slow. I guess it is cleaner if I had an array ready to go, but since I don't have an array ready to go, I have to have a for loop anyway. But if I had the array just ready, then yeah, this would be cleaner. Since I don't even do that because we have a for loop anyway to generate the array. So thank you for that, but I'm probably not going to use it because it ends up being more lines just because I don't have that array ready to go. If I did, then that'd be a nice one-liner. Okay, so here's a theory. This won't work, and also I still shouldn't be focusing on this. I should be focusing on once we're inside the world. This won't work right away. This will cause errors. I don't know how to test this unless I build a bunch of code, and I feel like it won't make a big difference, so maybe I shouldn't build a bunch of code. And we need to focus on the lag spikes once you're in the game anyway, so maybe I won't do that, because in theory importing a bunch at once, because that's all like most things are anyway. We can try to maybe send that init function earlier with that data onto the web worker, but that also won't make a difference, or a big difference, because if you click on your world, okay, so it looks like the queue is still pretty full, which is interesting. 250 per frame you would think would be enough, and maybe it, hold on, let's look at our queue length. Maybe I did something wrong. Okay, it is empty. Why are these so behind? So that means, okay, so that means we just move the bottleneck for that particular thing. We move the bottleneck over to the actual chunk generation, which shouldn't affect the main thread that much, but maybe it will a little bit. It's still going to bog down your CPU, so I guess it would. If your entire CPU is running at 100%, it doesn't really matter what thread you have, right? Okay. I don't need to do anything here. Don't need to do anything here. The parsing per frame, I don't think I'm super happy with. We can try to do way fewer parses. That's not really a good thing, but I just want to see if it helps with lag spikes. It will definitely have it load the world in slower, but if performance is better, you know, it might be a thing to consider. That should be somewhere in here. Yeah. So let's just get rid of this for loop and just call it 1 time per frame. Let's see if this stops some of our lag spike issues. And we'll see how slow it is to generate the world around me, but I'm guessing pretty slow. But yeah, I just don't know what is causing the lag. If it's all that parsing in the beginning, then this will fix that. It's probably not just the parsing though, it's probably something else. It's probably also getting those messages back to parse. You know, just storing the queue, basically, just inserting them into the queue, getting them and then inserting to the queue has overhead to it. Which is why maybe it'd be best to just parse them immediately, but it's a bit scary to do. Okay, so we still have one little lag spike. If I want to release my mouse, yeah. So it's really, Chrome has weird shit with inputs. It really doesn't like inputs. And it doesn't, I guess, like the mouse lock API, because it's pretty okay right now, but if I release my mouse and click again, it basically guarantees a lag spike, although just the first little bit, I guess, when we're getting a lot of messages back at once. All right, so I mean, this seems to be better, but obviously the not even that much better. No, that's a lie. Here's a big lag spike, and the world is obviously generating very slowly. We can also move where we're parsing to just parse it as immediately after we get it. We don't even do it in the update loop. So let's see where we're doing that. We won't even put it in the queue. Maybe. I don't really want to do this. I'd rather it be queued, but we're just throwing a bunch of different tests at it and seeing what I learn from it, right? that's our data to parse wherever we're pushing to that, which a bunch of different places. Instead, let's see if we can manually throw in some data here, right? And then here we're just going to say if data is not defined, right, then we set data based off this. However, this is going to kind of be shitty then. Then we also need to have another conditional. Hold on. So we want to say right. That should be fine. If there's no data, then it's like an automated parse, right? A request to parse, right? And then if our array is empty, then we return. Otherwise, we define that we want to parse the next thing in the queue. However, we can immediately parse this if we want. So instead of pushing them, right, we can call, hold on. We can call this function and just pass data through to it, right? So here, comment this out and just instantly parse the data that comes through. Probably a bad idea. Right, this is prioritizing things, but we no longer have priority because we're just parsing. Hold on. Everything immediately. Anywhere else here? Kind of want to change where I was putting these. This is all going to get undone because I don't actually want to do this. But again, we're just testing different things and getting some, just learning things about performance basically. Okay, so this is just going to parse every single message as soon as it comes. We no longer have any queue, and see what this is like. I gotta remember to change the Twitch title from Easter to just WebGL Game Dev. Since we're not even doing Easter now, we're just trying to optimize things. Okay, it's interesting. My biggest concern with this, right, but maybe it won't be that bad, is also I don't know what's going on there. But my biggest concern with this is that some frames you'll get a lot of data to parse. We're not guaranteeing that we parse a certain amount, per frame. So we only parse 10 of them per frame or whatever, or one of them per frame. Also, I don't really know what's going on with terrain because our queue should never, I don't think we're ever putting anything in the queue. So our queue should constantly be empty. Yeah. And then there's still a lag spike, but I'm kind of blaming Chrome at this point on that bit because it's like, it has to do with the mouse locker API. Okay, And the only one that we're getting lots of messages still is the low LOD, but that makes sense. We have the most chunks at low LOD. That loaded fairly fast. Yeah. Well, it should. I mean, the bottleneck will never be on the main thread now because we're instantly parsing anything that comes from the web workers. So that's good. The downside is that we are parsing we're parsing it no matter how much comes through, right? So in theory, if we had a message, if our web workers, right, sent 100 messages in that frame, right, to parse through, that frame is going to, be bogged down. That frame is going to take, instead of it being a 30th of a second, which is what we're aiming for, it's going to take, half a second, 1 second, 2 seconds, whatever. But maybe that's okay, because as long as like the parser is efficient enough, maybe it's okay if we can let it get a lot of messages at once. I mean, I built that whole stuff to have a queue, and we won't be using the queue at all, so that's a bit shit that a long time ago I took the time to build that. I guess it's nice to have. I'm not going to get rid of it in case we want that queue, especially if we have really low priority stuff. We can put it in the queue and then not call it that often. Also, in update, if we are going to do it this way, oh right, we're not even calling parse data at all now in update. That's probably a good thing, because we shouldn't need it. Maybe I should call it like once per frame in case we ever want to have something in the queue, and then it will just go through them once per frame. But this isn't bad. And if the lag spike is mostly due to releasing your mouse and relocking, right? Most people playing the game, you're going to just leave it that way, right? Like, you're not, like, I'm only doing that because I'm switching between the text editor and stuff. I'm not just playing the game, I'm streaming, all that stuff. But if you're just playing the game, you would probably just leave your mouse pointer locked, right? Right now it feels nice and smooth. There is a slight concern that my desktop is maybe better at parsing it than like my laptop. So when I try this on my laptop later, having parsing things immediately will be kind of a bad idea, but I think it'll be okay, because I think even though my CPU is older on my MacBook, and this should be a CPU thing, not a GPU thing, that I think my MacBook CPU is better, or probably maybe equivalent to this anyway. All right, this seems okay. We can have this open. Too bad it's like so low FPS to have this open, but I just want to see. I want to look at these things on the right side, right? And how long it's taking to generate these chunks and everything. We can potentially move the queue to each web worker, so each web worker only sends out a certain amount per frame. Not really per frame, a certain amount over time. The only issue with that is the web workers won't know what the other web workers are doing on the frame time is in the red, not a good sign. Oh, but that's probably mostly, well, let's see. It's going to jump up when I run the debugger panel things, right? The debug panels, because that is very, very bad for the frame rate with updating the DOM stuff. So if I was stationary, I'm not walking around, right? And then I'm going to pause so it doesn't update the debugger, right? And then look at it, right? It's fairly good. We have a couple yellows, a couple greens, and then a couple spikes of where those frames, for some reason, something's happening on that frame. Maybe it's parsing the data on those frames, where we have those jumps where instead of them taking what 30 FPS is how many milliseconds? Like 30, is it 33 milliseconds, right? I think. Although it doesn't seem right because that's 38 there, but whatever. We have, here like around 60 milliseconds for that frame. These ones over here are 95 milliseconds, so it's only like 10 FPS, right? Almost at that point. But only for a couple, if it's just one frame, it's just a 1 frame lag, and then it goes back to normal. I should have it. Can I scale these? Yeah, I can. Look at that. I built something nice. Yeah, so most of these appear to be 1 frame. If it's just 1 frame, it's obviously not great, but at least only one frame is slow, and then if it's not that noticeable, not that slow, the next frame, then it resumes back to the rest being at 30 FPS. Here, I don't know what was happening. That's bad. This whole area is good here. That's fine. I think the yellows are fine. Even like that red there, it's probably okay. These reds maybe a little bit shit. That's about, what would that be? Maybe about 44 milliseconds around there, it looks like. So we can so that was mostly stationary. I'll leave my player stationary again for a little bit, just test that again. But then we also want to test it, when we're actually walking around the world and parsing lots of different data. So let's pause again. Let's look at this. Yeah, pretty good. The large majority of them are in the green. A couple frames that I don't know exactly what's happening. Maybe that's like a frame that we update our shadow map, or a frame where we have to parse some data. I'm not really sure. Maybe it's just some randomness. But let's see now, walking around, we're probably going to have a lot more of those frames that go into the red. In theory, I can change. Wouldn't make much of a difference though, unless we had a queue again, but I don't necessarily want a queue. But in theory, instead of sending, so like, let me just explain. Yeah, so we have a lot more red. That's pretty shit. That sucks, So a message, a large intense message that we have to parse through, right, would be, let's just say, our terrain data. Really, the more intense one is sub-entity data, but we'll just stick to terrain because people know what that is and it's just easier to explain. So our message is a giant array with all of our positions, right? So lots of positions, thousands of positions, all of our colors, all of our UVs, although I can probably get rid of UVs in the future because we're just doing that completely in shaders right now with terrain, but whatever. So we have thousands of these, thousands of these, thousands of these, right? In theory, I can just send one of these and then wait a little bit and send one of these and wait a little bit and send one of these. So each parse wouldn't have to parse all of them at once. It would parse, just bits. But I don't think that's really a good solution, because if we just parse one message, I don't think that's creating giant spikes in the frame, frames being slow. I think it's that we have lots of messages. So I don't think that will help unless we do our queue again. But then the issue with doing the queue is it, slows down how fast things are generating into the world. I can try to build a more efficient parser. Ideas. While the game is loaded up, right, let's not parse anything. Let's get rid of our parse function. Let's just return where we're parsing. So this will make it so like we no longer have new terrain coming. Well, though the messages will be getting received, but we won't be parsing the message. Maybe I should just turn off even receiving the messages. But let's just return this, right? So we won't do anything with the messages. We'll still get them back, but we won't do anything with them. And let's just see how performance feels. Okay, so I'm going to start walking around. And it shouldn't really matter where I'm walking for the most part, even if we'd be generating new chunks, because we're not ever doing anything with that. All right, let's pause. Let's look at this. It's not bad. Again, I don't really know why some of the frames are so high. I don't know what happened on that frame. But there's a whole lot of green. More so than when we were just running around, and grabbing all that. The interesting thing with this is you can see it's no longer generating the higher LOD stuff. So like this tree is a 2D plane. These flowers are like a weird shitty low res model. All these trees are terrible. Just because we're no longer generating higher LOD. Well, we're generating it, we're not parsing the higher LOD data. So that's very interesting looking. This is like either medium. This is probably medium LOD, probably. And then we have our lower. As I walk out, we'll eventually get to our lowest LOD. This model is probably way too high detail for medium LOD. I have to redo that model. This model as well. But that's something else we'll work on. Probably, well, maybe today, but not right this second. Okay. So we can look at our parser, since that seems to be a pretty big issue with what's going on here. I mean, we have to look at a lot of data, right? So if we had our static village model data, right? We create the buffers, and then we have to, because we have to do some sort of conversion, right? Because we're encoding the data between frames, because the data has to be one giant float 30. It has to be a typed array, right? And in this case, I think a lot of the time we're doing float 32 arrays. But you know, that's not information that we want. We need to see what that data is. So like a certain area of that is a position, certain area of that float 32 arrays, you know, colors and UVs and all of that. Which is what we're doing here. We have our data subarrays. That's better than doing a what was I doing before? It was like a splice of it or something. Subarray is much more efficient. So I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to optimize this, but it'd be nice if I could. So I will at least look at this and see if there's something I can do. Maybe let's see what destroy prebuffers is. I have a pretty good idea of what that's doing, but that shouldn't be intensive to anything. Because like some of these, if we can like do a set timeout or something on them. I wonder if binding the buffers is an issue. It could be. So if we move that over to its own frame, so we parse them, but then we bind them on a different frame, that would be helpful. So we have a different queue for binding buffers. Because if I did open up a profiler, right, I can do that. So we can maybe do only one bind per buffer per frame or something. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Let's paste this back in to console, and then I'll run a profiler and see how much binding buffers is running, you know, destroying things. However, we're doing that, I believe, for rendering as well. Are we not? Let's see. Am I binding them, or what do I do? What do I do for rendering with a buffer? I don't remember. Not that. Oh, it wouldn't be in this function. It'd be in our entity render function. So that's our default entity, right? Let's see. Further down, we're rendering. Okay, so here's some render stuff. Maybe I don't bind a buffer. I honestly don't remember. Oh, no, we do. So it bind buffer, although it's GL bind buffer. Is that the same thing as what we're doing in buffers here? So if we do a complete buffers, I just want to look at how this is different. So this is the function for like drawing things, right? And then this is the function. This one's for drawing. This one's for like when we create our models. So buffer data is the difference there. We bind it, but then we buffer data. So we can try to do a profiler, right? and see if buffer data is a big draw on like a big, it's really like, you know, I can't think of words, but basically if that's really drawing a lot of power out of the CPU, right? If we do a profiler, figure out what's going on with that. This should now generate new LODs, but the ones that already were requested won't really get requested, I don't think. So I kind of just want to teleport. Maybe I should do let's just do a hard refresh, yeah. And I want to open up a profiler for this. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I can use either this performance thing or I can do a JavaScript profiler, because I think you can still enable that even though it's like legacy stuff, right? I'm not really sure which one I want. I think I'm going to do a JavaScript profiler, and then we will see if that buffer data is high up there at all, especially in the beginning. That's what we're going to really focus on. So I want to only really record in the beginning, because otherwise it's just like, yeah, it could be a big spike in frames, right? But just for a couple of frames, so it doesn't really show up in the profiler. Even though it's very intense, since we're doing it less frequently, it doesn't show up high in the profiler, but it's also really affecting your performance on those frames. Which I know if I did the performance instead of the JavaScript profiler, you can kind of look at frames individually. Let's try to record this. Yeah, okay, so recording. Let's record for a little while. We'll see how high buffer data is in there. Hopefully it shows up. Hopefully I know what I'm doing. Maybe I'll walk around a little bit if I can. Giant lag spikes. I mean, the profiler itself is also going to make this slower because there's overhead to the profiler itself. But at least that won't show up in there. Okay. And we do like have stuff generating pretty fast, which is good. Okay, so I generated a profile. Let's pause the game if I can. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's great. That's actually really, really good news. Buffer data is really fucking high. It's like basically the highest thing. We have idle, which is I think like basically times when the CPU really isn't being used. We have program, which is harder to explain and I don't fully understand, but it's basically things that just don't go inside here. It's like higher or lower level stuff, I guess. We have garbage collector. Probably should work on that eventually. I guess it's because we're deleting buffer data, but that the garbage collector actually might help. That may be brought down, and also it's not always this high. It's only this high right now, I believe, because we just loaded up the game and it's like destroying a lot of pre-buffer data, which then needs to get garbage collected, right? So by improving buffer data, that may also improve our garbage collector. That's actually really, really good news. So we should be moving what we're queuing, not queuing necessarily the entire message, but queuing our buffering, our binding, our buffering our data into GL, right? It's still going to be a bit difficult to know exactly how much I should be doing per frame. Maybe I can try to log how many times you do per frame. In fact, let's try to do that. Why is this here? Am I logging that? Did I accidentally enable that? Hold on. Now I'm confused. This would mean that this would always log, right? It's not, there's no conditional here. Did I change that by accident? Or am I not looking in the right area? The fuck? Hold on. So that is part of our web workers bind buffers. Oh, okay. I'm looking at the wrong. All right, that's bind buffer. Okay, so it's the same thing. I just wasn't looking in exactly the right area. So it's this guy here, right? I kind of want to log how many times we're doing this per frame. So if we console.log engine.step, console.log engine.step, we can, each step is a frame, right? So it's just our iterator of frames. So, you know, frame one is steps. It's basically the same as if I was calling engine.frame, but I call it steps. But step 0 is frame 0, step 1 is frame 1, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to see how many times we're doing this per frame on average anyway. Did it already bind everything? Maybe it did. So if I start walking around, then this should start firing, hopefully, which is why the performance is fine. Right. And so I really do need to test this out just for the beginning. But for in general, they are one a frame, or even less frequently. That's one every few frames, really. We have a couple where there's two a frame, but this is also after the game is loaded, right? So that's when performance is good. However, if we look at that initial stuff, let's see how many times a frame we're doing it, because that was really, really high up there. We could also, since we're doing it less than once a frame, it seems, in regular runtime of the game, right after everything's loaded, we can try to buffer these slowly over time. Instead of buffering the positions, the colors, the UVs, and the metadata and everything else all on the same frame, we can space those out if we wanted to make it even a little bit more performant. All right, so now we can look at console and see how many times they're buffering. This is without any queuing going on. I should maybe re-enable my queue real quick to see what that's like, but I don't really want to do that. Okay, gotta wait for those files to load. This whole issue here is a new issue now, but it fixed one thing, but we should have been waiting for it. Now we are, and it can take a little while, but hopefully we can somehow optimize that if we move some of those files together. I'm not really sure. Okay, so somewhat interesting, and I wasn't noticing this before, is it's having the same frame here multiple times. So maybe I want to log this differently. I think I do. Also, if the game's paused, then all right, I want to log this differently. I want to have a better way of seeing how much this is doing per step, right? So I want to have something like, I'll just do it in window space. Yeah, it's fine. So window dot binds per frame, right? I guess I'll call it. And that's going to be, how do I want to do this? There's a couple ways. Yeah, let's just have that be 0. I guess I want, it's stupid for me to do this in window, but it's just a debugging thing that I will get rid of. And then really, this is not going to be necessarily all the binds per frame. Maybe I should call it like our bind buffers per frame. Yeah, because that'll be a little bit more accurate of a name of what we're doing, because there's many buffer datas per bind buffer, right? Maybe I should be changing exactly what I'm calling this, but it doesn't really matter. All right, so then we want to just iterate that every time we call this function, just to have an idea of how many times that's firing a frame. I was doing that here, and I thought it would automatically add them all together like this, but since it's not, like you can see we have 104, 104, 104 several times. I don't know why Chrome is not condensing those into the same message, but since it's not, I will do it myself. And then in update, hopefully this doesn't say it's undefined, but in our update loop, wherever we're changing our step back to whatever here, we just want to console.log. Hopefully it doesn't complain about that. It shouldn't. And then we're going to reset this to 0. You can do it anywhere, it doesn't matter. Do it there. And we'll just call, we'll just have a little note here saying bind buffers per frame is this guy here. Okay, this will be a bit easier to see now how many times it's actually doing it per frame, and then we'll test it out walking around once the game is actually loaded up. My wording, my variables, I'm realizing is even less accurate than I thought, because it's more like a buffer data that we're checking for. but it's just a variable name, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we got some pretty intense ones, but right now it's not bad, and performance is still, well, this frame is going to be really big because of the lag spike, you would think. But that's not the full issue then, because even right now, even though I can walk around and it's not bad, so like, but when we were logging it, it was still, so maybe bind buffers is much more intense, even that this is kind of too much, right? Also, some of these are in a row. So let's pause this, right? I guess. And just look at what this log is like from the very beginning to later on. Like this one here is probably a frame that, you know, was a giant lag one. So then it's continually getting those messages back in and binding more and all that. But maybe we'll like really slow down how much we can bind per frame. So in the very beginning, there's a lot. Well, this is only the first couple of frames. If it's only like slow for, you know, less than a second, then who really cares? This is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9-ish frames, and then it goes pretty low after that. I mean, it's not low. We still have, you know, 6. And if I run a profiler right now, I'm curious, it probably would still say it's using up a lot of CPU. So our buffer data, and then we still have some like big ones that I guess is because of a lag spike, but that means this isn't causing the lag spike, it's something else is. But we can see in the profiler, even if I did this now and it's not in the very start of the game, let's see what this is like. Although I'm a bit afraid. Okay, let's first resume and then start recording. Okay, so I have another profile recording. I'm kind of doing this a little too late because the game is already loaded and buffered most of this stuff. But I'm curious what it's like just at, you know, regular gameplay, how high that bind buffer is coming up. And the profiler, even with our change, right, our profiler will still be using just as much CPU over time. It's just that we're spacing out over more frames. So it won't even show up in our profiler, our improvements, but that's okay. Yeah, bind buffer, not super high, but since we're doing it on probably fewer frames as we look, I should have checked I should have cleared our console probably. I don't think I did. Did I? Oh, maybe I did. So you can see, well, yeah, we have some still even here that are pretty high, and those are probably, when we look at, right, if we look at this guy here, more than likely, I would guess some of those really high spikes. Oh, hold on. It's annoying how I'm logging that. Hold on. Okay, some of those really high spikes, I'm just guessing here, correlate to some of those buffers per frame where we're doing 24 for that really high one maybe, and then for some of these lower ones, maybe it's the frames that we're doing more like, you know, 7-ish, but we're still around even at the very end, right? And we could actually match this up if we wanted to. We actually really could. And you know what? Does that line up with how I'm expecting to? Maybe. Let's see. So we basically have to work backwards here because this should be the same order. So like this bind, although there's 4 frames of that, so maybe that's not exactly right. All right, it's gonna be a bit hard to track. Let's see if there's a big one though. Okay, so I'm assuming since it seems to be about the right amount of frames back, the amount of rows here, right, back, and the amount of frames back here, 24, right, is maybe that lag spike. I mean, I'm making a lot of assumptions here, but it makes sense. It kind of aligns up. And then we do have a period of lots of zeros, and that lots of zeros is maybe this guy here, because it's very soon after the 24 where we have this nice pack of green, right? And that's 7 zeros and then 1, right? One buffer, which is maybe that little red line, and then 10 zeros again. So it looks like our bind buffers is really a big thing of what's causing the FPS to be lower. that's great news to find that out, because we can space that out much more slowly. Even one though is a little, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly. I'm making a lot of assumptions here, but even one is kind of too much. So we can divide that one into however many there is, at least 3, right? Because we have at least, probably for most draws, positions, colors, and UVs. So we can have that one be a third of a 1 really per frame. There's some concerns with that, where we're going to be generating our world a little bit slower. We're going to be buffering our stuff in a little bit slower. But once we get past that initial load, we don't need to load them that quickly. Yeah, let's try that out. This is very good. This is very good stuff to be learning. So we kind of want to change the bind buffers function. We want to like, I'm gonna just write a new function here, called bind buffers from queue. I don't love it. I also don't love that it's in global space, but whatever. I will probably have to eventually make something like, engine.buffers and then bind from queue, right? That would make more sense. And it's not even so much bind. That's not really the right term. It's more so the buffer data. It's like setting buffer data. So I'm going to call this buffer data from queue. Again, it should be engine.buffers. Buffer from queue or something like that. But it doesn't matter. That's just organizing code. That's not optimizing anything. Right. So let's just copy this, right? We might also want this to complete the buffers, or at least have a callback for when it's completed. Yeah, so let's maybe say, how do I do this? Yeah, callback. So then if we have a callback of complete buffers, once this is done, all right, so we'll say buffer data from queue model. Just the way I want to do this. If we're careful about how we add them to the queue so they're all together, it should be okay. Once that model's done, yeah, that should be okay. I think. So we'll have a callback. How do we do callbacks again? Because I rarely do them. You used to do like callback.call this or some shit, right? Is that right? That looks right. And that will be the complete buffers. All right, hold on. Give me a second to see what I have to do here. So that's inside buffers. We have our callback. Something like that. I don't fully understand callbacks all the time, but something like that. But what we want to do is we want to do one of these per, per frame for each thing in the queue. Something like that. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to write this out, but let's just space this out, see what kind of data we have. I probably will have to change a lot of the naming going on here. Right. So for that function, the most possible things that we really have going on is our position buffers, colors, UVs, metadata, billboard data, and our indices. So in theory, let me space it a bit better. We want to just do one per frame. So we want to buffer data from queue. We want to like add to queue, and then we also want to have something else, or buffer from queue. I'm not 100% sure how I want to do this. I'm gonna comment this out, even though I don't have to, because we're not ever gonna set a callback. Buffer data from queue. Let's have another function, right? It's just going to say queue buffer data or something. Because this will be the act of doing it. This will be the act of adding to the queue, right? This is the act to buffering data from our queue. This is the act of queuing the data. So we'll have a function that's called queue buffer data. That means these arguments here might not be needed, but that's okay. We're definitely going to use at least model in this part. And again, we really want to have something inside engine. Let's go into init real quick and just have something like engine.buffers defined, so I can start doing something with that. And that would be an object. Right, so we have that now, and that's where we can build our queue into. In fact, let's do that right now. Let's have our buffers, right, and then just define queue, right, and we'll make that an array. Just have that defined, and then here we're going to queue each one of these. So our engine dot buffers dot queue, right, we'll be pushing something in, whoops, queue, why can't I type, there we go, dot push, right, and we're going to be pushing that for each one of these because we want to really separate it out. Now you might buffer from our queue more in the beginning. Like if our queue is too large, just buffer a lot in the beginning, hopefully. Like if it goes over, 200, then just clear the queue and it'll be one big lag spike for just that. Something like that. Maybe only while the game is still loading. If the chunks are too low, allow the queue to, allow it to go through the queue more quickly. But let's just test it out, doing one per frame at a time to begin with. Right, so this is the actual using of it. So this is where we're going to be splicing and grabbing the first buffer and everything. So here we'll be grabbing the first index, right? Whatever kind of data is going to be there, and then using it. Let's move all of this, I believe, over to here, I guess, because that's mostly going to get used. That's not true, actually. Well, whatever. It'll get moved around again once I have this programmed correctly. But this is our something, our buffer data, we'll call it, I guess. Our var buffer data is this guy. And then we also, once we're done using it, we want to splice the last guy off, right? Or the first one off, right? Because we're using the first one and then splicing it. So I think that's just splice. I can check in my code. Is that splice? I never remember the order of the arguments. It's like 0, 1, right? It's like the first index, splice off the first thing. So splice off one thing at index 0. Is that the right syntax? Let me just check with this queue how I was doing that. I can never remember that. Yeah. Okay. That is correct. That looks good. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm not exactly sure what I want to. Oh, sorry, bumping the microphone, doing a bunch of terrible shit. But we want to push some sort of message here, right? It's probably going to be an object, and we're going to have where was I defining model buffer? Hold on, something's not right. Okay, here's where we're defining model buffer. Let's grab that code. We'll put it here. This obviously needs to be above it. Okay, fine. Let's just put this down to the bottom, I guess. No, we'll put it right here. I'm not sure. But we're gonna want to push something like our model, or maybe our buffer name. Yeah, we'll call it that, buffer name, right? We're gonna push that. We should also change this to our buffer name, so it's a bit more logical, and this will be our buffer name. Because I kind of copy pasting old code where I was using kind of stupid variable names. This is a better variable name. So we're definitely push that into the queue. That might be, for the most part, it. I guess we should choose what we're setting to the queue. We can either send the entire buffer to the queue. No, it'd be better to send each bit to the queue. So we would also have something like saying if it's positions or whatever, right? So we'd call, I don't know exactly what I'm going to have this, but something like type, right, is position, something along those lines. And these are always just indices. And we just append buffer to the name always, it looks like, so that's consistent, so that's good. Something like that, right? Which means we don't even need model buffer here, which is good because the fewer times you check that, probably the better. Have this somewhere around here, and then this would be our buffer data buffer name, right? That would be our model buffer. And then here we want to be checking what to push. So we're always going to push positions when we do this because it should always have positions. This is kind of a shitty way to do this, but I just want to space it out. I know it's a bit silly to do it this way. You can push more than one thing at a time, right? Right? Array push lets you comma separate the values to push more than one thing, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't matter though. I just want to have this spaced out so I have an idea of what needs to happen. Maybe I'll make these one-liners because they don't need to be 4 lines. It's not that much going on. Okay, so we're assuming it's always going to have positions and colors because that's just how we were doing it before. Are we assuming? We're assuming UVs and metadata, but that's fine. Eventually I might change that code so we're not doing that. But we don't need to worry about that right now. The only things we're not assuming is billboard, which is fine because I guess not everything has that. It doesn't matter. We can change this code later on. We just need to have this working. So we also want to push to the queue billboard, but only if our model buffer has billboard. So I guess we do need to have that here as well. That's fine. I'll even do a let. All right, and that is just our buffer name. I don't know if I'm going to be using callback here. I probably won't be, unless we send the callback function in one of these. In theory, if we send the callback function through with the indices, you know, our queue goes in order. So it would wait till all of these are done and then do the indices. So in theory, that would be a safe thing to do. But I'm not sure how I want to do the callback yet on everything. We will have to figure that out. This one will space out because why not? It'll be an extra. It'll be a kind of long line. But if it has billboard data, a billboard buffer, then you know send that through. And this is for billboard. And then the last one we're just assuming is indices, right? When we're just assuming that's there. Indices. Okay. So I'm going to delete this bit here, right? And then the callback is not going to be here. In theory, we can send the callback through with this, and that might be okay. I'll try to do that. Hopefully, that's an okay thing to do. So we can comment that out. Let's bring that down here. Here we shouldn't need to have any arguments. I'll have that commented out down there. Right, so we want to buffer through them. Oh, I probably shouldn't have deleted that yet, but whatever, I'll bring it back up here. It doesn't matter. So this is where we're actually buffering them. We're obviously not doing all of these. I gotta be careful about how we do this. Let's have this again. I know this is a bit stupid, but again, I just want to visualize to make sure we're doing this right. So for our buffer data, we have our buffer name, and we also have a type, and we have a callback, which we might use, although we're only sending the callback through for one of them for indices, right? So we have our model buffer defined. However, we don't know if we want to have positions or anything, right? So this should be, let's see, let's just look at this real quick. So float 32, float 32, float 32, float 32, float 32, int 16 array for indices. Okay, so you have to be a little bit careful with indices. But let's just have the first message show. We'll just assume it's positions, right? Let's have our first message, and then that is going to be the buffer dot type, right, plus buffer, right, because that's a string, and all of these, the only difference between these two parts of the model buffer is the key for that is just we append the word buffer to it, camel cased, so that should work. And then here, this is just our model buffer at type, right? So that will work for positions, colors, UVs, metadata, and then we also need to check for billboard. We actually don't even need to check that. That gets rid of that conditional because we have it on the other side. The thing we have to be careful about is for this int16 one. So we need to have another conditional. That's okay, Steve Wood. I mean, I'll try to explain what I'm doing real quick. I don't know exactly when you left. So what I'm doing right now is I'm console logging to figure out what's going on. I don't know what you last saw. I don't know if you saw me trying to figure this out. And I'm making some assumptions with this, but I'm fairly confident. I think with what's happening here, I hope I'm a little bit confused why there's 4 frames of 0 here. But I feel like almost all of these red spikes are associated with when we're buffering a lot per frame. So if we go back here, like this, where we're doing 24 per frame, that's where we have this big lag spike here. I don't know if I'm telling the truth with this. I'm making a lot of assumptions. But given that the profiler says that buffer data is bad, these are my assumptions I'm making, and we're going to test this out and see if this improves it. So, even frames with looking through this, even frames with just 1 or 2 buffers seems a bit bad. So I'm doing a, like, what would it be on average, a fifth of the data that we're going to do per frame. Hopefully the queue won't fill up too much. Maybe we'll call it a little bit more frequently and do more like a half of the data or whatever, or, I guess it'd really be like 2/5 if we call it twice, and then 3/5 doesn't really work out to be half because there's 5 bits of data. Although I guess sometimes there's 6, because if it has billboard data, that's 6. But we're really breaking it down, because before we were doing 5 or 6 per frame for each call, right? And then if we were doing it 24 times, that's 24 times 5 or 6 depending on what was there. And now we're not even going to be doing 1. We're going to be doing a fifth of that. We're going to start out with, see if the queue can keep up with the the data that's being asked of it, and then if not, then we'll buffer a little bit more from the queue and get it balanced correctly. So this is adding the message where this is building up a queue, right? Then here's where we're going to be, actually buffering data from the queue. And then the only thing that's different between these is for the indices, it's a U16 array, not a float 32 array. So I just need to have a conditional here. We're just going to say if the buffer data dot type, and maybe I should make these constants instead of, so that way I don't have to do a conditional, right? I don't have to do a check on a string, which is probably technically a little bit less efficient than doing a comparison of integers or numbers. I guess it's not really integers in JavaScript, but I'm assuming a comparison of 2 strings versus a comparison of 2 numbers. The numbers is probably way more efficient. Doesn't need to be that efficient, but I probably should have these set up as constants with IDs where they're, I can say constants at billboard or whatever, and that is a integer, but I'm not going to do that right now. So here we want to say if it's indices, then we do it as a U16 array. Really, I don't even need to have that type here, because we can just make the assumption that's indices. So I guess that's what I'll do, and then we'll just say else. We'll do this guy, right? And we'll splice it off the queue. I'm not using the callback yet. I probably should be. So let's see. And we're basically only going to have a callback on indices probably. So I could put this in here. In theory, this might be not the best idea, because if we ever want to have a callback not on just indices, then it wouldn't work. But I'm fairly certain I'm only going to have a callback on indices because that's going to be the last thing that we have in the queue for that model buffer. In fact, I can be so confident of that probably that I can just call complete buffers on that and not even have a callback function. That's a little overly confident, but right, so this is where we were doing a bind buffers, right? So now we would instead send it to the queue. Oh, complete buffers, hold on. Complete buffers goes before bind buffers. Let me see what complete buffers does. Right, so we don't actually want to set it to ready, I don't think, until all that data is buffered to it. Until we do the buffer data function. So we might actually not want to have complete there. I don't think. However, the buffers are created. I don't know what will happen if we try to draw with it before everything is sent as buffer data. It might be okay because it might just be an empty buffer, right? And that might be okay, and it'll just draw with little bits, but it won't actually use it. It'll just assume those values are 0. Let's not call complete buffer. Whoops. Let's not call complete buffers. Let's just move all of this. We're going to comment out, right, this guy here. Let's, in this queuing thing, I'm going to be pretty confident we're not going to even have a callback function, that once we did indices, we can do this here with our buffer name for complete buffers. Then we'll destroy the pre-buffer data as well. And since we're doing this should also help with the garbage collection, because that was a bit high on initial load as well. Which actually I guess could maybe be part of the lag spikes, because this is again a very big assumption I'm making. But if it's only running the garbage collection every so often in Chrome, I don't know why it would really be tied to the mouse pointer lock API, but outside of that, when we have lag spikes that aren't related to the mouse pointer lock API, in theory, if it's only collecting, every couple seconds, which I think garbage collectors might do that, I'm not really sure. Those are some of the lag spikes because it has to do that all at once. Right, so let's try this out. This is going to be we're still going to be destroying pre-buffer data for the entire buffer, not each bit, not each like positions at a time or UVs at a time. It's going to do the entire model, but that should be okay, I think, because it will be one every, I guess it'd be one every 5 or 6 frames. Thinking of how slow I'm doing this though is kind of scary. Maybe I will have to run the queue more often than 1 time per frame, because let's think 5, right? If we did 5, our model is 5, we're doing 1 a frame, right? So that means it's going to take 5 frames, right? So that's 1 model. So 1/5 of a second is 1 model buffer. So that means per second, right? We'd get how many of those? 6, right? 5 times 6 is 30, right? So we're only getting 6 models per second. That's a bit scary and slow. But we could always call the queue a little bit more frequently. I'm like really bringing it down to like way less than what we were calling before. Instead of doing it like less than 1/5, we can maybe do more like half of what we had before. And really it's even way lower than that, because some frames were 25, right? Or 24 we had for that big one. We're seeing 6 pretty frequently, right? So that would be 6 times 5, right? So it's 30. So it says if we just ran it this way, this would be 30 times fewer calls over a set amount of time. So, we might not need to make it 30 times more efficient. Maybe we only need to make it like 10 times more efficient, and then that'd be fine. So we'll have to figure out that. But let's just see if this code even works, because I'm still not 100% sure any of this is going to work. So we want to queue buffer data, right? Let's just get rid of this callback thing. No, we'll leave the callback in there, I guess. Yeah, I guess. It's going to be undefined like 99% of the time. Well, really 100% of the time right now. Right, so we're going to put that function here. This is just for grass data, but we're going to have to move it for everything. Let me just see what arguments that gets. That gets a buffer name. We should really not be calling it model name. The variable really should be called buffer name, but it's fine. That's probably just really old name from when we were doing it on the main thread, and I never changed it, and I'm still never going to change it. Maybe one day, but I'm not doing that tonight because I just want to see if this even works. I guess I'll be pretty safe and just test it on grass. Yeah, let's just test it on grass. That way I won't be so confused why everything's broken. And if grass is just broken, it might help me out a little bit. Oh, we're never calling that. We're never calling our buffer data from queue. That should, I guess, be inside our update loop. I probably should do this a little bit more clean. So we have, I don't know where I want to put this, but we should have like a for loop where we can push these functions instead. So somewhere we'd say like engine.updates.push and then push this function instead of just like manually writing it in a weird place in here. That would probably be more logical and a lot more clean. But since I'm not doing that, I don't know. I just gotta have to paste it somewhere in the update loop. I don't know. We'll do it after we run render and everything, maybe. Yeah, let's do it towards the very end. It really should make no difference. But let's try that out. Okay. You can't step code in JavaScript, can you? Oh, yeah, you can. You can call debugger and it'll step it so you can run line from line, yeah. I don't like to do it a lot of time, but I could show you real quick. Yeah, you know, I will show. We'll test this out real quick, but then I'll show you how it works. I'm pretty sure I know what you mean. It's literally just write debugger, right? And that'll fire it, and then it'll this is our breakpoint, I believe. I mean, I might not be using the right terminology, but you called it breakpoint. Hopefully I'm interpreting that correctly and this is what it would be, but this is our breakpoint. And then you know, then it will literally run line by line and you can run it like that. Useful to track performance. Yeah, it could, but I don't like to use it. Okay, so we have some errors. Buffer name of undefined. So that's our model buffers. Our buffer data is off of our engine queue. Oh, right. So if our queue is empty, we don't want to run that code. So there's a couple ways I can do this. I can say if this part is undefined, right, then return. But I think I'd rather just check the length. If this dot length is 0, right, then return. Is that the best way to do that? I don't know. Oh, I probably left that debugger in there now. Shit. No, I didn't save the file. Okay, good. I don't want to run debugger yet until I know this is working. And then I'll just show it just as a quick example so I can make sure we're all on the same page. It'll be a little bit interesting running debugger with code that paste it into console, because that'll be running it through VM. And not just, you know, the code itself that initially load it. So I don't know how that's going to be like, but hello Cypress, how are you doing? Did you see my whisper I sent you? I sent you. Oh, you did reply, didn't you? I just didn't look at your reply. Okay, you said thanks. You saw it. Sorry, I never looked at that. So bad at using Twitch. Okay, so our grass is there, so that's great. That's really, really, really great news. And it still has lag spikes, and hopefully if a lot of that's due to buffer data, it's just because I'm only doing that on grass. I'm not doing it on terrain. I'm not doing it on you know, our sub entities or anything like that. Our queue it's not perfectly empty, but it seems like it is doing okay. If we look at length, right, yeah, it's emptying. But again, that's just grass that we have, and it's working, which is really good. What is logging so many times? Oh, bind buffers per frame. Right. Let's just get rid. Do I want to comment it out, or do I want to actually get rid of that code? I don't know. I'll leave it commented out for now. Let me also run that debugger thing before I forget, just so I can show what's going on. Right. So it ran, you know, it stopped the execution, right? It paused the execution, I guess is a better term. Right on that, what was it called again? Our breakpoint, right? So that's our breakpoint, and then I can resume script execution until we hit that breakpoint again, and then I can also step over next function call. I can step into next function call. I can step out of current function. I can just step. I can deactivate our breakpoints, and I can pause on exceptions. I don't even know what that does, but you can see I can literally run it line by line, and it tells us, it gives us outputs of what our variables are and all kinds of crazy things. I mean, yeah, I know it's a good thing, and I guess I should use it more often. It's just kind of annoying though. I don't know. It's good. I guess I should use it more often. I'm more, I don't know. I'm just used to putting shit in console, but maybe I'll use that more often. We'll see. All right, so let's get debugger out of there. Let's see. Can I deactivate breakpoints? Will that work? And then we can resume. Yes. Okay. All right. So, did I put that on all the things? I got distracted. Did I didn't do that yet, right? Or we're sending it to the queue. We're still doing it on grass, I think. Right? Yeah. So this is just grass data. Let's look at where else we were doing a bind buffers, right? Whoops, if I could actually type. Right, so this is for static and village data, right? Where was I? Where did I skip over that? And our shadow model data. Okay, so here we're going to queue that. Here we're going to queue that. I'll leave these commented out just in case I get confused later on. Now this one I might not want to queue. Oh wait, that's if it's not a rebuffer. If it is a rebuffer, I might not want to queue it because we want to have that rebuffer instantaneously, right? So that's something we want to keep in mind. We don't want that to get queued. We want to prioritize certain things. We can queue it and push it to the beginning of the queue, the start of the queue. But I'd rather just not queue it and just run it immediately. Just call bind buffers. Also, this is bind buffer. And I don't even know what that's necessarily for. What is this for? New static village model data. Is that where I was trying to send things through more slowly? I don't remember. I don't even know if I'm using this. Am I using that code? Yeah, I am. I guess that's where I was sending the messages more slowly. I don't need to be doing that anymore. It's actually really stupid that I'm doing it that way. Shit. So I had some little bit of custom code in here for our static stuff where we sent each thing individually instead of sending the entire buffer data, where we had separate messages for positions and colors and UVs. And I guess we were actually buffering them individually. So in theory, this would still have it. So But we're not queuing it. Shit. I don't love this. I don't love how I'm doing this at all. I kind of want to go back to... it's fine. We'll just... We're doing... sending through more messages than we have to. Let's ignore it on static model stuff for now. Let's just get to terrain. And then if it's a rebuffer, we're doing the whole thing, right? All right. I'm going to ignore the static stuff. Did I get rid of the stuff for queuing? Shit, I did. Okay, so this should be for terrain. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to have the new stuff work on everything except the sub-entities, which is our trees and our bushes and stuff, but our terrain and grass and water should use a new function. So it still should be much fewer buffers per frame that we're doing bind buffer. Especially because the way we're doing static, it still appears to be only one bind buffer per frame. So this really should be fine. I just kind of don't love how I was doing that, especially because we're sending messages out in a kind of stupid way, because before it made sense when we were queuing them. So maybe we will still queue sub-entities or something and just sub-entities. I don't really know. But let's just see if this helps the overall performance, helps those lag spikes, stuff like that. And this part of the loader is quite random. It's waiting for those files to load on our web workers. Okay, so already it seems much better. Yeah, it's super low FPS, but it's not like less than 1 FPS like it gets sometimes. We do probably want to, so it's a bit strange. It's like, yeah, we have worse FPS, but also better. It's like the FPS in between lag spikes was better, right? But we don't have the overall lag spikes. Also, we can see our queue is probably really full. Let me try to look at our queue, because our terrain is coming in very slowly. So we can change it so we go through the queue a bit faster. I forgot where to look at my queue length though. So by the time I get this done, the queue will be probably emptied. Right, so it's in here. Where the fuck is this? Here. It's this guy here, right? Let's look at our current queue length. Okay, yeah, it's pretty fucking full. It's like 10,000 and growing. So, I mean, we're calling that very infrequently. I knew it would be bad because I'm doing like a fifth of a model per frame. So I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't necessarily know it was going to be that bad, but it makes sense. Now, I'm kind of curious, once it does go through the initial load though, if this is slow enough for it to be okay for walking pace. So we can have it so we can, in one frame, buffer all those. I'm a bit afraid to do them all in one frame though, because that's kind of really taxing. But let's just have a for loop here that I'm going to write for var I equals 0, I is under. We'll do 100 per frame. I plus plus, right? Maybe I can do a bit more than 100. Let's do 500. Right, and we're just going to paste this in console a few times. Right, to get through that queue. That should be pretty good. Let's look at our queue length again. Is that right? Am I not splicing correctly? Hold on. Let's do since it's handling 500 fine, let's do like 5,000, right? And let's look at our queue length. Okay, so that was right. So obviously we want to call that a lot more frequently. But I'm curious now, if once we get through that initial load, right? If we walk for a while at the pace. Also, where is our sub-entities? I don't know what's going on with that. Sub-entities are doing its own thing. I have no idea what's going on with that. That's weird. It looks like our frame rate is... We should see way more sub-empties here. I don't know what I did wrong with that. Huh. Are we... Hmm. We're gonna have to look into what's going on with the sub-entities. It's a bit hard. Also, we have a lag spike now. Or, no, we have an error now. Okay, not a lag spike. Metadata buffer of undefined. And that is... Oh, did I read that wrong? Model buffer data? Yeah, I did read that wrong. No. Meta buffer data. Metadata buffer. Metadata buffer. We shouldn't be queuing the model for... Maybe I need to have a conditional here for the queuing, but we didn't initially. Metadata buffer. Is that not what we had it called? Okay, hold on. Let me get rid of that. Metadata buffer. There's no conditional for that. There's just a conditional for billboard. So it's saying our model buffer does not have that. I'd like to see what the model buffer was. See, that would be nice, like, if I can go into here, right, and then, like, debugger, right, if I ran debugger, but the problem is I can't have the breakpoint because it's already broken, and I don't know when to call it. I only want to call it when it breaks. But it would be nice, obviously I can make a new thing where console log, but it'd be nice if you can run sources, right, and then it automatically just keeps, like, a few lines at least, right, like, let's just say 100 lines of that information, so we can see, like, what our buffer data is, right? In theory, it should be the first thing on the queue because we didn't get to splice it yet. So in theory, we should still be able to console log it. Right, so it's this guy here, and it is type metadata. Okay, so that's good. So why does this buffer not have metadata? It is for our static stuff. So we're doing something wrong with our static stuff. That's getting queued when it probably shouldn't be. So we have to look at what's going on with that. Right, so let's look at where we're sending our message. So it's like post message, right? That's response. We don't care about that right now. And this is for our lowest LOD. Interesting. And then for our higher LODs, we're doing one at a time. So our lowest LOD is a bit different. And if we look at that message, it is for our lowest LOD. And that's why I couldn't see anything out far. So I didn't realize the lowest LOD we do all is one message. Our medium and high LOD we are doing this way that I don't really want to be doing anymore. I don't really like it. And I probably will get rid of it at some point in the future. It's really not that bad, but it'd be better if we just had it all the same way right now. All right, so that means in web workers, we need to look at where we're doing that queue stuff, right? Hold on. So it's calling queue on metadata. Let's look at the buffer for this, right? Right, so it's probably didn't receive it all yet, but why is it queuing it then? I gotta look at where we're doing bind buffers again. So the message type is on model data 1. Where am I resetting that to 50? That's here, where we're concatenating our prep data with our buffer part and sending a new message. So that's a different type of message. This message type is we're concatenating from model data 2. Is that how you say that, concatenating? I know it's concatenate, right? It's concatenate, but then is it concatenating? It sounds weird. It's a funny word. All right, so then here would be just 2, right? Message type 2. So it's not what's going on here. Let's see where we're doing that. So this is where we're running a parse data, which is what we want. It should have metadata on it because it's sending. Let's look at this again. Maybe it doesn't have metadata for that. Hold on. But then why are we allowed to assume that before? So again, if we look at this for LOD 0, it has, oh, for the shadow map buffer. The shadow map buffer doesn't have it, of course. Let's look at how we were doing that now. So it's for shadow map buffer or something, shadow map something. Right. So before we were doing a complete, I don't know why I was allowed to do bind buffers though. But maybe for just shadow maps, I'll let that go through the old method. Why did that work though? So if we look at our bind buffers function, that's what the one that we were calling. There's nothing different here for metadata. So this should have failed. We should have had the same error. So that's weird. Maybe I do want to queue it still and just have another conditional here for metadata. Yeah, because I think our shadows have positions, colors, UVs, and indices, I think. So this is for our metadata. Let's try that out and see if we get the same error. And then that would help with our low LOD stuff. All right, so I'll leave queuing and just see what happens with this. I don't know if this will work. Wait, I shouldn't have refreshed it. I should have looked more carefully at what that queue was, what that was called. Can somebody like clip 10 seconds ago for me? Hold on, if I just switch it, hold on, I can do this. Hold on. Quick, I gotta be fast. We gotta wait for it. This is the past stream if it's not obvious. So I'm watching my Twitch channel and I gotta maybe pause it. I want to see what that was in console because there's a longer delay than what you guys can see. Because for some reason my dashboard is like a longer delay than what it actually is. So we gotta wait for it. It's like a really big delay. I don't know why. But I wanna wait till we switch over to Chrome and we have that console message, and then I have to quickly read what that data was called, what that model was called, and I want to see if it was for the shadow or not. I don't think it was, but maybe that's okay. But yeah, I definitely want to look at that. Oh shit, it's too fast. Okay, what is that? No, it wasn't for the shadow, it didn't look like. Okay, well I didn't catch it exactly, but I kind of saw what it was. And I don't think it was for shadow, so this is still probably going to break. But I just want to, let's test it out anyway. And then I can relog what that first value is in the queue. But I don't believe this is going to work. I believe the issue with this guy, and I don't know why that is. There should be metadata on, yeah, there should be metadata on the lowest LOD static stuff. Pretty certain. I mean, when I look at it on the web worker side and the main thread side, they both look like it was doing that. Okay, and it's a weird delayed error too. I guess it's when it gets to it in the queue or something. I don't know. But you know, this is not bad. I think that's the mouse locker API thing that fucked that up there. Let's see if the performance is okay now. I mean, it's definitely not 30 FPS, but if we're not getting the lag spikes, I'm not going to be worrying about it too much. Obviously the world's not generating fast enough, but that's because we're letting our queue fill up too much. Okay, and that's going through different low load things, so that's good. It's hopefully completing our buffers. I'm a little bit confused still why we still have something wrong with the lowest load. Let's have it go through the queue much more rapidly, right? Whoops. Okay, so that should be basically clearing our queue. It's still allowed to grow too fast, really, or too much. But let's look at that. We still have no error, so I mean it's kind of a good thing. Okay, I want to. Okay, there we go. So we have a lowest load with metadata here, and that's fine. And that one's passing through fine. We still have weird issues. Hold on, let me go through the queue again. We really have to be running the queue more often. But we have this weird issue where our lowest load is still not working, definitely, because it's at least not running. That's the mask locker API, which I gotta figure out what the fuck's up with that. Maybe I should review the documentation, see if I'm using some sort of like old, out of date method for that API. But yeah, this is mostly working. The performance is decent. I mean, yeah, we have to run our queue more often, but that should be fine. But our lowest load and possibly even our medium load, let me try to test that. No, I think it's just our lowest load. Models for static entities are not showing. I can try to look at the buffers a little bit in console and see, okay, so now we have another issue. And if we look at that, right, same type of thing. It's not on metadata now it's on positions, and that's probably, I'm quite sure, going to be something with our lowest load. It is. So here you can see where it got caught up was for this static low load with our positions. Let's try to log this buffer, right? So if we do buffers, not that, I guess I need to do it like this. Okay, so that's the issue. The buffer don't exist on the main thread. So we gotta figure out that guy. Hold on. So let's look at what's wrong with that. So here we should be setting up buffers, model name with metadata UV. We should be doing all of that. I guess in theory it doesn't have create buffers for some reason, so we can have a conditional on the main thread and it should be fine to just say if it doesn't have that. Although no, we're returning if it doesn't have that, right? If it doesn't have the buffers, we're returning and we're splicing it off the data to parse. I guess I really shouldn't be doing that because now not everything is being queued, but still we're returning. So if that is undefined in every way, even though it is undefined, why is that not returning then? Why is it allowed to get down to that point? That's weird. Right, so let me make sure this is. So here we're saying it's like deleting it somewhere. That's the only thing I can think of. So this is undefined, right? Now up here, we're saying if it's undefined, return, right? So that's weird. And then we're adding stuff to the buffer, right, with our positions and stuff. So this is where we'd be doing that. So that's running, that's fine. I guess it gets deleted. Yeah, it gets deleted somewhere. That's the only logical thing. So by the time the queue gets to it, so somewhere we're destroying some sort of stuff with the buffers. I don't know where or why I'm doing that. So we have to find that. It might be, I don't know. That makes sense why we're not seeing anything now as well, because let's try to look at something with buffers. With static, right? Let's try to look at one of these where it does exist. Yeah, so there's some issues with this. So somewhere we're like calling destroy pre-buffers or something like that, where we don't want to be. We can temporarily disable this because we don't need to destroy our pre-buffers. It doesn't need to be allocated in RAM if we don't need it. So we'll just make it take up more RAM. But we can temporarily turn off that function to see if that's the function that's breaking it. Here we're calling that, but that should be, as long as everything's in the right order, and it should be, if we were calling indices before positions or something, then that would, I guess, break it. But let's just go where we're defining this to see if it's even from this function, right? We're going to just return and not run that function and see if this fixes everything, because then we at least know our issue lies within this function being called and not something else. Okay. I have to have my mouse locker 8 locked, otherwise we get our giant lag spikes. Really annoying. All right, so other than that, it seems like we fixed a lot of the issues with the lag spikes, which is really good. We have our, we're no longer destroying pre-buffers, right? So if we then go through our queue, right, I think we might have our low load stuff now. It kind of seems that way. That's actually really good that we seemingly may have solved a lot of the issues with performance for initial loads. Because as long as you leave your mouse cursor locked, which the average player would be, I'm only unlocking it because I'm debugging stuff through console and switching between text editors, then that would be fine. So it looks like the issue is with that, because as far as I can tell, we can see our sub-entities a lot further out. Yes, definitely. So I need to find out where we're calling that destroy pre-buffer function that's breaking it. The best place I can think of that is, hold on. The best place I can think of that is the line that we were just talking about up higher, up here. So I'm assuming this is the one breaking it. So maybe I'll reload and comment this one out, or just paste this in console and see if it continues to break. It'd probably be easier if I reload, especially now that we don't have to wait so long for reloads. That's my best guess. If it is from here though, that's weird, because that means where I thought everything would be in a reliable order, because we're pushing to our queue like this. I guess no, that should be synchronous, right? Even if another message comes in, I feel like that's still JavaScript execution of that would be synchronous, but maybe I'm incorrect in that assumption. But basically it should always have positions, then colors, then UVs, and then if it needs it, metadata, and then really we shouldn't need this conditional here anymore. I'll leave it, but I'll just say should probably don't need this conditional, try removing later. I'm going to leave it there now because I don't want to change too many things at once and not know what's breaking things. Right, so we want to have our assumption that it's positions and colors and UVs, and then metadata, and then if it needs it, billboard, and then indices should always be last. That should be the order of things. However, it might not be doing that. But if we comment just this out now and we re-enable destroy pre-buffers, right? Re-enable this, and then up higher here, we disable it here. If it's still breaking, then we know it's not from destroying them here, it's destroying them somewhere else. And then if this does fix it, then we have to figure out, really this wouldn't even necessarily fix it, because that means we're also calling complete buffers at the wrong time. But let's just see what this does. I don't even know what I'm hoping for. I guess I'm hoping that this doesn't fix it, but then on the downside to that is I have to find wherever the hell we're calling that. Maybe in the static entity itself, maybe. And I suppose I can log the queue, right? And see if that order seems to be correct. I mean, I can't really look through everything in the queue because it's very large, but we can just see if a certain section of the queue I'm looking at is positions, then colors, then UVs, then metadata, then billboard, then indices, and then that over and over and over again. Let's buffer a lot and see if that fixes it. Again, I'm kind of hoping this doesn't fix it. But it looks like that did fix it, and that's kind of shitty news for me. Because to the best of my ability, that means that this is probably in the wrong order. Something is not doing that reliable order. Something is injecting in the middle of it. I guess this could be a little bit more asynchronous than anything. And if we call this function while this function is currently executing, it can start it in the middle of here. So basically, it could end up doing something like this, where somewhere in the middle of this, the web worker, right, or web worker message calls that function, and it basically inserts it in the middle of there. That's the best guess I could be thinking of what's happening there. It's weird to me because you would think the way JavaScript execution works is that wouldn't happen, but that's probably what is happening. Now still, that might be okay. That still doesn't really make sense because that's per buffer name. So even if that did get out of order, as long as it's in order per buffer name, then that should be fine. So now it's not even that it gets called in the middle. It's I don't understand. It's something else. It's that these don't even push in the right order as is. I don't know. I'm gonna. Well, what I'm really gonna do, so I don't have to keep pasting our queue buffer data in, I'm going to have a for loop that calls that more times, I guess. There's a couple places I can do it. We can do it when we're calling it, or we can do it within here, right? Oh, not queue buffer data, this guy. So there's a couple things we can do. We can either have the for loop within the function, right? And just have it so, queues per frame is a thing, or whatever, buffers per frame. Or we can do it outside when we're calling the function, like over here. I guess we'll do it inside the function, I guess. We're just going to have for var I equals 0, I is under, and this is our buffers per frame. So we'll have that defined as something. Engine.buffers dot buffer data per frame, we'll call it, I guess. It's not exactly buffer data per frame, because there could be other places we're calling gl.bufferdata, right? But this is like the majority of the places where we're doing it. It still is the majority, but there's one place that we're doing it a lot that I want to move with the whole static thing. So it's not exactly a good definition of what was happening, but it's fine. I can maybe say like how many times we run the queue function per frame, but this is all semantics, just what we want to have a variable name. It doesn't really matter. And then we need to do I++, and then in the init function, we're just going to define our buffer data per frame, and right now it's 1, but we'll make it, I don't know, maybe 15. Let's see. So that'd be 3 per frame. That's kind of a lot. Let's do just 5. Let's start with that. And if we pause, actually, let's have this. I want to test this out. So I'm going to walk around a little bit, right? There's still some drops there, though. I want to look at this. It's still not great. If I'm not walking around at all, and I let that go through, and I pause and I look at our chart, that's quite a bit better. Still not amazing. Okay, that was good. Some of it, honestly, might just be me moving my camera around and stuff. Because, like, again, Chrome kind of sucks with inputs. I don't understand why. I don't know if it's just Chrome, maybe it's a lot of browsers, but like just when you're like moving your mouse and stuff, like for some reason Chrome doesn't know how to handle that. And it just like uses up a lot of, I don't know even know what it's called. I want to call it, I guess, I don't know, resources. I don't know. All right, so we're gonna do this again. I'm gonna do this walking around in a circle, right? I'm testing this out. I don't really want to move around far. Sorry if this is like dizzying, but I don't want to walk around far because I don't want to really generate too many chunks. I just want to see if this is working with like rotating our camera and stuff. All right, pause. Look at our chart. Okay, that was not bad. A couple spikes. Given that these spikes are pretty consistently spaced, it's maybe possible that that's for our shadow map update. Maybe that's what's going on with that. I don't know. They're pretty consistently spaced. I'm not 100% sure, but you know, the performance is pretty good there. All right, so now we're going to have our buffers per frame. So let's just define that. I'm going to try to do this in, no, let's reload because I want to see from a blank world what it's like. Also, depending on things, I can have the buffers per frame be variable, so we can buffer a lot per frame just when the game is initially loading, and then after we pass that initial load, our queue is emptied. We can bring it down a lot just because when you're walking around the world, it won't be as bad. We can basically just look at the queue length, and if the queue goes over a certain value, bring our buffers per frame up a lot for a little bit, just till it empties that queue. So that might be something we want to do. Okay, so already that's a lot better doing 5, because we at least see some terrain. It's not great still. It's still actually pretty shit. But I can change that number in console, right, to whatever I want. So we can do like 1,000 or whatever, right? And that's pretty good. We have a really big lag spike, but that's because we're buffering too much data per frame. We don't really want that, other than maybe just for one frame. Yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll have, I don't know, 1 frame a second. I don't want to create lag spikes though. Once we get past that initial load, I want to see what we can sustain at. So if we have 1, right? I want to watch our queue length and walk around the world, and maybe walk around even a little bit fast. I'm a little bit faster than 1 movement, especially because if we're watching an object, we need to have the debugger stuff open, and that slows down the game a little bit. So I'll be walking probably slower, even though if we're doing delta time on it, that might not be quite the case, but that's okay. Okay, so, oh, whoops, I did that wrong. Not dot length. It's our queue, so that's this guy. We want to watch that dot length. Okay, so how many buffers per frame are we having on right now? Oh, I do have 1 on. All right, let's do 100. Wait for it to go through this. Let's just do 1,000 for a second. Okay, then let's do 10, right? I'll try that out, and we'll see if we're keeping up with that. I want to have our player speed up a little bit, maybe not that much. So I'm gonna walk around at a almost normal speed. This is a little bit faster, and I just want to see, once we get past that initial load and we're walking around a little bit fast, if that queue is able to empty itself. Because if it is, then we can bring that value down. We still have this error though, right? And that is probably due to the fact that, I guess things, I don't know. We can do an extra check to see if model buffer exists, and then if not, I don't know, splice it from the array, I guess. I don't know. And we'll console.warn that we splice it off to have an idea of what's going on. I don't know. So occasionally that's undefined. If no this, then we're going to splice it. We're going to, I guess, call continue. But we might want to bring our iterator down so we don't skip over one. I mean, we could maybe, no, we don't want to skip over one. So I think what the right way to do with the continue for that is we want to deiterate, right? I think that's the right thing to do, because once we splice it, we need to try that index again. So I think that's the right thing to do. And that's if we don't have a model buffer. I probably want to console warn and see how often that's happening and if it fixes this issue here. So we'll console.warn or console.error or something. No, console.warn should be fine. Model buffer does not exist. Buffer given, right, was, we'll make this buffers, right, with this buffer name. Now that might be undefined too. I'm not really sure. No, I don't think it is. But in theory, whoops. In theory, our buffer data might be undefined. So then, no, it shouldn't be, because we're calling buffer name. That should be fine, because it's not throwing an error for that. Okay. So again, we're going to probably watch our queue length, and have our buffers per frame be really, really high. And then we want to balance it once the game is actually loaded. We want to balance it so we're doing as few as possible to keep up with the queue. Walking at kind of full speed, maybe even a little bit faster than full speed. It kind of sucks that I'm like balancing this to my computer, but it should be fine. The whole loading the files on the web workers, I want to know if there's a solution for that. But okay, so our buffers per frame will bring way up to 1,000, right? Our length, that should fill up because, oh no, it shouldn't. It will once we bring it back down, because we still have a lot of data in here. It looks like our frames are pretty okay. I don't know why it hasn't buffered this terrain yet. Now it has the higher lot of that. Because that shouldn't even really be in the queue, really, because there's no place for really queuing anything anymore. If we're queuing it 1,000 times per frame, there's really no queue. And we're not queuing the parsing anymore. So I don't know why that took so long. And the lag spikes I'm experiencing now, I think I'm mostly due to like debug input stuff. Right, so we're going to probably have a watch all on this, right? So I'll do that. Whoops, pressing all the wrong keys. Probably should shrink that down so it's, I don't have to keep doing that with console open. All right, so we want to watch that. And then once we start bringing our buffers per frame back down to, I don't know, let's try 5. Okay, so it seems like everything's buffered. I'm going to turn my player speed up a little bit higher. And we'll start walking around the world and we'll see if that can keep up with 5 buffers per frame. And this is at much faster than I'd probably ever have the movement speed. Even if you were like in a like vehicle in the game, like a hot air balloon, it's probably faster than I'm gonna have it. So the buffers per frame is fine at a very low number. We just need to have it large on the very init of the game, right? All right, it's filling up a little bit now. Yeah, okay. I want to see what the FPS is like without the debug stuff open. It's not updating our watcher as well, but it's at least okay. So we have some information. So it's pretty fine for a while, but then it eventually just gets too much information in there. I don't know how I want to balance this. I don't know exactly what I want to do. I mean, obviously I can try to clear that queue, and that helps. And it's still getting, it's that low load stuff that's still coming through. Also, is there shadow map buffer working? I feel like it's not. Shit. Because I don't see shadows. Okay. I want to turn off this season. I know like it's using real world time right now, and that makes more sense, but there's less leaves and stuff, so there's less shadows, and I don't like how it looks as much. So let's just make it summer. Is that not in? That's in utils. All right. We'll do, I guess, full summer. We'll do spring/summer. What do I want to be testing out right now? I don't know. Let's try to have this be a little bit more variable. Maybe our buffers per frame will be a percentage of the queue. So in, I don't know, somewhere like here, we will update our buffers per frame, which means this doesn't really necessarily need to be a global thing. Actually, we can just have buffers per frame. Or we can just call it our count, to be honest, because it's just inside this function. It doesn't have to make sense in a global way. So let's get rid of that here. No longer going to use that. It's a bit of a pain because if I want to change that in console now, I have to like repaste this function to console, but that's okay. All right, so we definitely don't want it to go below 1, right? So we want to do math.max and have 1 there, so we can never drop below 1. Well, that's not necessarily true. We can just have it be this +1, right? So if there's anything, might not even need +1 there, because if it's 0 here in our count, even if we divide that, it would be above 0. So actually, we might not even need to do any sort of checking for that. So it's going to be our queue length divided by, I don't know. I guess this would be the amount of frames it takes to exit the queue, right? So if we did like 30, right, that would be 1 second to go through the entire queue. I kind of like that idea. So yeah, I like that. We should probably divide this by like our FPS value. Like our fixed FPS. I think we have fixed delta time that's based off of that. I don't remember how I'm doing that. Fixed delta. It's like engine.delta-time.fixed or something. Hold on, let me see. Engine.delta-time.fixed update, right? And that should base it off of our FPS. If I have our FPS increased, right? Unpause. Our fixed update should be, oh no, I guess it doesn't base it off of that. I don't know what that's basing off of. We have our physics, so we have our render, we have our update. I guess I'm not basing that off of FPS. I could just grab our engine settings FPS. It happens to work out that it is at 30 FPS for this, I believe, right? Because if we had, I think, I don't know, actually. I don't know if that's true. Whatever, I'm just going to divide it by 30. So it takes 30 frames to do that. I'm fine with that. Okay, let's paste that in and see if that works. And now let's watch length and walk around the world again. And per frame, we'll do 1/30th of our queue length. Which means I kind of want to log our count too. Okay, I kind of like the idea of this. It should fairly keep up. I kind of want to, well, we can kind of just do it in our head. And divide that value we see by 30, but I kind of just want to have another watch, right? So I don't have to do that math. It's the same value as what we're already watching, but 1/30th of it, right? Maybe I should have done a math that round on there or something, just so it's a bit easier to look at. Let's do a bitwise operator. That's fine. That's actually, we do want to floor it, because that's how the iterator works, I think. No, actually the iterator is sealing it, but whatever, it doesn't matter. So it says 5 bind buffers or buffer data per frame. Okay. So I should be doing math.seal. All right, we will do that, I guess. It really doesn't matter. I just have to add 1 to everything, right? But just to like really know the concrete numbers of what's happening here. Whoops, I put that in the wrong area. Okay. So this is our buffers per frame, and I don't know why I just got a bunch more buffers in, but I guess it's our low load stuff. But that's so that's nice and low, and it should be keeping up basically no matter how fast I move, because it will always be just basically 1 second behind. All right, and then it can do 1, and as soon as we have something, it should all right, it could do 0. As soon as we have something, it should jump to 1. So it's always doing something. So even if we have 30 buffers in the queue, right, it would still be 1, because 30 divided by 30 is 1. So that's actually pretty good. That's going to be still much fewer bind buffers per frame than we were doing before, unless there's a ton. Let's test it out with the initial load. Let's have our actual walk speed as well. Divide by 30 still might be too aggressive. We can probably even bring that down. It'll be mostly, you'll mostly want that to be faster on the initial load of the game. So let's say it takes 30 seconds for the game to load in. So in the first 30 seconds, do that much more aggressively, and then bring it down to like forever be, maybe over 60 frames or something like that. So it's 2 seconds behind, but 2 seconds behind is nothing, because most of those things are going to be pretty far away from the camera. I'm tempted to try that out. However, the way that I'm going to write the code for that is going to be a bit sloppy or weird, or I don't know. I don't know the right way to call it. But basically, I'm just going to check how long the session time has been. If it is over 30, or let's say if it's under 30, no, over 30, we'll redefine it. Yeah, that's fine. And then this will be, I don't know, 60 seconds we'll try, or really not 60 seconds. That'd be 2 seconds at 30 FPS, right? And then this we're going to do much more aggressively. We're going to do half a second. So I'm looking if we do engine settings. Is it engine settings or is it game settings? So we can do that. I don't really know why it's a string, but JavaScript at least will, once I do division on it, interpret that as a number. It'll convert to a string. I know it's really stupid, but we can tie it to the FPS a little bit. But I don't think I care that much. Because in theory, if you are running at a higher FPS, then this will also run more frequently, which is an okay thing, because if you want to be running the game at a higher FPS, it's okay to do things even faster. We don't have to make them slower, because normally if you're running the game at 60 FPS, that means you're capable of, you have a more powerful computer. So if we also go through our buffer more quickly, that's okay. We don't have to do it over a second. Instead, when you double your frame rate, you're also doubling the speed that we're going through the queue. I think I'm okay with that. Right. I don't really need to paste this in. Our session time, because all it's changing is that conditional, and our session time should be over 30. I mean, wait, am I doing that wrong then? Shit, wait, our count, if it's under 30, right. Wait, no. Our count is our Q link divided by 60. Yeah, if it's under 30, we want to do it more aggressively. However, when I was, because I know why, because this value is not taking that into account. Okay, yeah, so that's right. Very good. I just want to make sure our session time is logging sane values, right? And yeah, so it's been, that seems right, 490 seconds since I last refreshed. Can you not just dynamically change it based on FPS down to single digits, like real-time scaling? Like what the current FPS is, you're saying? So like if the FPS, dynamically change it based on FPS down to single digits, like real-time scaling. So we want to look at what the actual FPS we're getting is and change it based off that. Yeah, I mean, I could use delta time in there, so that would do that. Yeah, I could do that. I don't know if I need that really, but I could. Yeah, you know, that's fine. So I just want to, we need delta time, right? I don't know if I have it defined in this file. I don't. Where do I have that used? None of my files have that, and I like to copy paste it because I'm really lazy. There we go. I forgot what file we were working in. It was in buffers file, right? Okay. Yeah, so we should be able to do this, and then if we multiply, right, if we multiply this with delta time, and then if we divide that by 2, that would take 2 seconds. And then if we divide that by 0.5, right, that should make it take half a second. I guess that's fine. Yeah, you know, that's fine. So within the first 30 seconds of the game, we're going to do it much more aggressively because we have a lot more buffers going through. So we're going to try to basically go through the entire buffer every half second. I mean, it's still continually getting more data in, but basically on average, it'll take a half second to go through the data what it had a half second ago, basically. And then after that, we can do it much less aggressively because, you know, it's stuff very far away. Which makes smoother curves, hopefully. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much you'd be able to really see it in the game anyway. You know, no matter what those values are, you probably wouldn't really be able to, the player probably wouldn't be able to notice them. I don't know why we don't have shadows though. So let's refresh. I'm trying to think if our frames, yeah, so it would actually do more if your frames were lower, which is kind of a bad consequence in a way because it's going to lower your frames further. But it still would average out over a second. So I guess it's fine. It's just kind of just like, though, if you're getting shitty FPS, here, let's do more stuff that's going to give you a shitty FPS. It's still going to do the same amount of things over a second, but it seems like weird to like to do it that way, but it's probably fine. Okay. So I did have to click down because I was tabbing out. So that initial lag spike, hopefully we don't get more of those because, okay, it's not bad. And we definitely see, the good thing is we definitely see all of our trees, you know, our sub entities, almost immediately, which is good. Before we were getting our terrain and then having to wait for it. Actually, the terrain is one of the slowest things now, interestingly, where you can see here how the colors don't match. I believe that's because we have our lower LOD terrain and our higher LOD didn't generate yet. somehow with these changes, there we go. So now it generates the higher LOD. Somehow with these changes, it made terrain kind of slower in a way. But this is for the most part fine. I kind of want to the Q thing, and we have to figure out what the hell happened to shadows. But where do I have my Q length? Is it in here easily? Okay, here. It's not going into the tens of thousands, so that's good. I guess, no, we won't do it on Watcher. We'll just watch it in console. Yeah, and I think these lag spikes, it's because I'm like, open up debugger. Yeah, it's whenever I'm changing this debugger. So it's like debug stuff that we don't care if those lag spikes do that, because that's not going to affect the person playing the game. It still is kind of high, but that's because it's getting that many per second. Our session time is probably still below 30 seconds, right? Let's check. Oh no, 60 seconds. Really, has it been that long? Guess it could have been. Maybe we want to bring that up then. If it's gonna on average to take more than 30 seconds to generate everything, we'll do it much more aggressively. And then we can really do that even for longer, because doing it aggressively is not really that bad of a thing. It's just that we can do that forever. We can do it so it's like always doing that. But if we can get away with doing fewer, I'd rather do that. So yeah, we'll do that for longer, since apparently it takes a little bit longer to get all that data in. I hope our session time is moving at real time. I mean, it should be adding delta time. In fact, let's just watch session time and see if those look like seconds. As long as it's like close to it, it's not like double the rate. Yeah, that looks like seconds, right? I wish I had seconds on my clock down here. Oh, I do. If I open that up, there we go. Let's put these next to each other and see if they're changing at a similar rate. If anything, mine looks slower. And maybe that's partially because I'm getting 15 FPS, so it's doing some weird shit. Yeah, I think mine's slower. However, if I wasn't using the watch tool to get 15 FPS, if it was running at more like 30 FPS, maybe that would be a little bit better. I don't know why that was slower, because it should be using delta time. Maybe it wasn't slower and I was crazy, but that's what it looked like to me. All right, so I still want to look at our queue length, because now we've been over that time, that initial load time, and the world has basically loaded. Our queue is empty. Everything looks to be basically generated. You can see here all of our chunk generations aren't like taking a long time. So I just want to have that open, and it looks pretty good. I want to walk around. I know we're getting shitty FPS because I have my debugger open, but that's how I can watch myself. I should probably build it so my watch tool will still run without all the other graphs open, because that's part of the reason why that's so bad. But yeah, this is a very unaggressive amount of buffer data per frame, right? But as long as we're keeping up with it, which we should definitely be keeping up with it. Yeah, it's allowed to raise, but if I just stop for 2 seconds, it's always going to be I think I'm doing 2 seconds. Yeah, it's always going to be clearing all the data it had 2 seconds ago. So I think this will be fine. It will never be allowed to be over the amount of data that I can get within 2 seconds. So that's very, very good. And our chunk creation time is keeping up on all the LODs, so that's very good. Perhaps the chunk creation time should be taking into effect our buffer time, our bind buffer time with the queue, but I don't really care. It's only a 2 second difference. It's fine. So this feels pretty good. I might want to let this be even more aggressive. Maybe no, I think it'll be fine. I think we fixed a lot of the issues. I'm going to do one where I do not release my mouse, right? Also, is this warning ever firing? Have I been clear in console? Okay, so the warning is firing. Just on grass, interestingly. I would have expected it to be on that static thing. That is buffer 67, right? Okay, so we do have some stuff with the warning. And interestingly, it's 6 times per buffer. I guess that makes sense. Are we doing it in, hold on. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because there's 6 bits. There's positions, there's colors, there's metadata and UVs and indices and whatever adds it up to 5, you know? I mean 6. So billboard might be one of them to make it equal 6. It doesn't matter. But, you know, we're checking for it. We warn for it. I mean, eventually I should probably make it so that can't happen, but we don't have to have the warning. We can just have it so it continues and then does it again. I want to see if grass is that broken though. Okay, that's interesting. We get it for water sometimes. Well, I just want to walk around the world and see if everything's just like keeping up fine. And our queue got up to like at a time our queue got up to like 900, right? So if we had delta time, I just want to see what that count would equal then, right? If our, well, I'll paste it with whatever the length is right now, but I don't know what it is. See, that's a bit interesting. It's 36. I guess our queue is pretty full right now. Let's look at our queue. Oh yeah, our queue is pretty full right now. I mean, that's fine. We definitely want to be able to keep up with it, so it's fine. Doing that many bind buffers per frame though might be taxing on the FPS, right? That on the performance, like that could be what's bringing down the FPS every now and then. So when we see those little spikes in the graph, it's because we're doing 36 of these per frame, right? So, and I believe, let's just assume, right? I guess we'll assume most of the time there probably is 36 of those, right? So that's 6 still. So we're still at this time doing 36 bind buffers, right? Which is 6 like models per frame. That's what we need, I guess, to keep up with it, and that's fine. Something that we can maybe do, I don't know if bind buffer is slower depending on the size of the buffer you're passing through, and if it's linearly, or if it's like proportional to how much, I don't know exactly the right way to word this, but if it's linearly proportional to the amount of data you pass through, right, then having fewer but larger things is no different than having more but smaller things, right? But if it isn't exactly like linearly proportional to that, it might be better to try our best to have fewer larger ones, and then it'll be better in a lot of ways, but the actual buffer data functions would be getting called less, but they'd be much larger. So if making them much larger takes away all of the pros of doing fewer, then, you know, that makes no difference to us. And I believe most of the things in the queue, I guess, are static. Yeah, they should be our lowest level detail static stuff. So if I'm more careful about how we generate those, I can do 4 times fewer. Like if I open up MS Paint here, there's a word for this and I can't remember what it's called. Somebody in chat might know, but it doesn't really matter. You know that whole thing where you have a grid, right, of things. I can't remember what it's called. There's definitely a word for this. And then like the ones nearby, you know, your grid is a finer detail, and then your lower lot stuff is actually having a larger chunk, you know, something like that. No, I don't think it's called culling. It's basically LODs, but for your chunks. Something like that. And then like the ones really far away can be like an entire size here, right? So then like this here, let's just have an X marks the spot, is near the player, right? And then as you get further away from the player, your chunks are different sizes. You still have to align with the grid. Mine would probably have overlap because the only way I can think of how to program it would have overlap. But something like this, right? So you have tiny chunks near the player, medium chunks, you know, and then really large chunks. There's definitely a word for it. It doesn't really matter, but that's the better way that I should be doing things. I don't know, I'm taking the time to paint all this, but whatever. So we have these guys really big out here, right? I'm just going to paint the whole thing for no real reason, and then it's going to get deleted in like 5 minutes from now. Okay. But yeah, we have these ones right here. I probably should have drew them in different colors, but these ones here, put little dots in them for the level of detail. So these are our high lods with our high lot chunks. Because right now I'm doing different lods, but all the chunk sizes are the same, right? For that type of chunk system or whatever. And then we have our mediums. And then we have our giant low level detail things. So oops, I forgot a line there. So the idea behind this is out here, you know, it's just having fewer overall buffers. You kind of want more control up close to the player over here. No, this is not how I'm currently doing it. This is how I should be doing it. I wish I knew the name of this, because we've talked about this like years in the past, and there's definitely a name for it. My version, I can do this, but my version would be a little bit shitty, where I wish I could. Why can you not have multiple paint files open at the same time? If I press new, it's going to get rid of this one. All right, let's just save this, I guess. I'm just going to call this chunk size lods, right? And then it's like a new one. So the issue of mine, the way I can think of how to program it, it's not really the proper way, is, you know, we have our high lod. Let's do different colors. So our high lods, right? Like this. And then my low lods, because of me being a shitty programmer, would be larger, except there would be overlap on the edges, which isn't the end of the world. Technically, we'd be drawing a little bit more than we should be. But I'm trying to think of how to program this and the way it's going to choose the lods. Maybe I can be a little bit more elegant with it and like say within 4 times the value, choose a lot or whatever. It's kind of like culling though. I thought there was a culling, but culling is like removing. This is like more like, it's kind of like lods, but different. How do if I just Google like chunk size LOD system, right? Right, this is exactly it. Okay, so if I do this, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You can see these are, you know, different sizes. Maybe you just call them like chunk size LODs, I don't know. But basically your lower LOD ones are larger areas, larger draws. It's exactly what's going on in this picture. So around the player, you have these really tiny chunks. Then as you get away, whoops. Inverse culling. Okay, maybe, I don't know. Should I Google that? Inverse culling. I don't know. I didn't come up with any good results. Unfortunately, this is the only result that really looks like that. So my Googling is not great. I'm not really using the right words. But whatever's going on here is exactly what I'm talking about. None of the other results are really showing that to the point where I'm trying to find it. Just this one. Maybe this one too. It doesn't matter the name, I'm just kind of curious. But yeah, the way I'm thinking of how to program it, we'd have overlaps. So just on the edges, we'd be drawing more than we have to, and that's kind of shitty. On some places it would happen to align. It depends on where it's aligned with our grid, right? But in some places it would happen to align. So like on this axis, it'd be okay. But then here we'd still have a shitty overlap. And then we still have it here as well. I mean, I'm making it a little bit more extreme looking because the relative area would be a lot larger of our lower LOD probably. And then here, all of these blocks are like that. I don't know if I drew that exactly correct, but hopefully I'm explaining that. If you do it properly, there's no overlaps. Ooh, that's really interesting. Look at this. With two different ones. That's so cool. I don't know exactly why you need that, but if you want to have higher LOD around a certain area, that's so cool. I guess that's what their whole issue is. Maybe voxel farm scene. Okay, maybe that's what we want. It's something with voxels, like voxel, because I call them chunks, but maybe voxel's a more correct term, especially like in like Unity or something. I don't know. Maybe Unity calls chunks voxels or some shit. I don't know. Voxel LODs. I don't know. All right, but this also, why is the picture's broken? Can I refresh this? Oh man. This was the page that also showed what I was talking about, where they had these equal size ones, and I think this is the broken one here where it's supposed to show the other sizes. But yeah, I don't know. I just want to Google it so I can like have a nice visual representation when I'm programming this of what I'm trying to do. Like camera LOD terrain, maybe we'll do it just for terrain. I mean, it's not really only for terrain, but okay, this GPU into this thing, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. I just don't know. Quad tree splitting. That sounds right. It's quad trees. That rings a bell. Yes. Quad tree splitting. That's the right way to do it mathematically. So quad tree splitting LOD or something like that. Something like that. That's definitely a much better terminology of what people were telling me in chat like 3 years ago. And you have this nice stuff done with terrain. This is it with terrain. It's exactly what I'm talking about. But it's hard to program for me, at least. It's probably built into like Unity and stuff. I don't know if it is, but it probably is. So my chunk system doesn't do that. My chunk system will change the level of detail. So like what we have instead is, I should open in Photoshop so it's easier to have a grid. But my chunk system keeps them the same size. It just uses different models inside. So like this right here will be our high poly, and then this will be our medium poly, right? And then this will be our low poly, right? But it never actually changes the chunk size themselves. It'd be really nice to do that. Maybe I'll try to program it. But before we even program it, let's see how much changing chunk sizes help. So let's get rid of these things. Hopefully I'll just remember that well, I'll leave the tab open, but eventually it's going to close. Hopefully I'll remember that terminology. So let's just go into init and just make our static chunk sizes big, because they're really, really small right now. And it'd be nice to be able to have them be bigger. Part of the reason why they're small is, I guess, with that int16 array, even an unsigned, well, that's just for indices. Hold on, for indices, so we have a u int16 array, so unsigned int16. What's the max value of that? That would be 2 to the 16th power, right? Because we're not using one of the bits to sign them, right? Which math.pow 2 to the 6th pow. Am I doing that? Oh, 16th, sorry. So 65,000, right? I'm guessing you would have to bind that to the view distance, right? Well, we're already doing that for the LODs, right? So like as things are farther away from the camera, we're changing the LOD. The thing that I will, all I have planned right now for changing my programming is when we generate the lower LOD, right? Let me go back to Paint. This is my idea, and it's not the right way to do this, but this is my idea. We already have LODs. We already are doing that based off view distance. So the only thing I'm going to change about this is, it sucks that I have to keep drawing this out. I'm sorry. It's probably painful to watch. Just have a really basic thing, right? Just do a 3x3, that's fine. We'll just treat this one, right, as our high LOD, and then the only thing I'm doing different for our medium LODs, right? So we already have a distance-based thing, right? And we're changing our poly count. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if it's every other square, right? So every other square, hopefully this works out and doesn't end up with gaps, because gaps would be really bad. We basically have little world holes. But I think this will work. So we're going to check if it's like, on a checkerboard. So in this case, it would be, we'll do, I need to make my grid a little bit bigger to explain this. Let's just have one more thing here, and we'll just explain it on the top. So normally we do medium, 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 right? But my new idea is we're going to check every other one, or every third one, I guess, because it would be this whole area we want to do, right? So we're going to check this one and this one, we'll say, right? It's not the best example. I wish I made a grid. I need to add another grid. Hold on. And you have one more on this side. I think that should be enough. Okay. So did I draw that right? I think so. So instead we're going to check like every other one in a grid. So it'll be this one, and then it'd also be this one down here, right? It'd also, well, it wouldn't be this one because that one won't be lower LOD. Something like that. Maybe it would, yeah, if we include this one, we'll also do this one. Hold on. Let me make sure this lines up. So this square here, this square here, this square here. So we'd have to do it on this one. So I'm not drawing a big enough grid, but we'll ignore that for now. It will work with a larger grid, right? But these will still, on the very edges, and I really should have a larger grid, but on the very edges, they would still have their high poly because of the way I'm programming this. But my idea is, instead of having this, we're only detecting this one. We don't send anything for this, for these three. We don't model the lowest LOD, right? So we just send nothing. And then for this one, we model all the three surrounding ones, right? That's my idea. So you'd end up with 4 chunks instead of 1. 4 chunks in 1, right? Yeah, 4 chunks in 1. Technically, these chunks would still exist. They just wouldn't have models out. They'd be empty models, which is why we're gonna have like shitty overlapping and stuff. Hopefully, it works out. But I'm gonna check where we are in the grid, right, and do it every 2x2, right? We model the entire thing, and then if it's not that 2x2 square, we just model nothing on these ones. That's the idea. So first we have to just check if having larger chunks even helps performance, which is hard to tell because we have the performance pretty good right now to the point where it's not super easy. So our chunk size is small, it's 28. Let's bring that chunk size up to, I think it needs to be divisible by 4, I think. Let's do 64. I'm pretty sure it's divisible by 4, right? I hope. Is it? Maybe it's not. 66. Wait, no, 64 is right. I'm just being stupid. I think that's right. All right, so let's just refresh the game. And this is quite a bit bigger. because it's on both axes as well, you know, so it's not just a difference between 28 to 64. It's the difference of the size, the whole area of 28 by 28 to the whole area of 64 by 64. So it's a much larger thing. So one of the things we really want to watch that this might help with is our queue filling up. So that's one of the things we want to watch. Oh, not even necessarily. Well, it is our queue filling up because we're trying to do fewer binds per frame, right? Or our buffer data is per frame, and that's relative to our queue length. So that should be fine. And after the game is done loading for 60 seconds, it goes down to our queue length, basically divided by, at 30 FPS, it'd be 60, and then we're dividing that by, hold on, what am I doing? Multiplying that by 2, so it'd be, I believe, no, I think just divided by 60, yeah, that sounds right. This game wasn't procedural, you think performance would be higher? I mean, yeah, because we can technically, yeah, it depends on how you define procedural, because even a lot of games right now that are not seen as procedural, their terrain and stuff is still technically generated procedurally. It's just seeded proceduralness where you can't change the seed, and then you modify it in a refined way. So like a game like, I don't know, Breath of the Wild, I'm 95% sure like most of the stuff you're seeing is done procedurally, just done in a very controlled way, but also procedurally. They're not actually storing all the vertices for the terrain, or the mountains, or anything, you know. They're doing that procedurally. So in that sense, if I was doing things procedurally that way, it wouldn't help performance a whole lot. But if we just had models that were just straight up done, right? If we were just storing the model data, so we already had the buffers like created and we could just store them, yeah, performance would be like super snappy. So like JavaScript would no longer be the bottleneck. The only bottleneck would be the actual rendering. So it'd be like WebGL and our shaders and the poly count at that point. The whole issue is with everything being procedural. Okay, so let's see how this keeps up, because the whole idea of making larger chunks is to have fewer binds per frame. So we want to watch this, right? I guess I want to just divide, let's just do math.ceil and divide it by 60, or we can use delta time, be fine. All right, let's use that delta. No, I don't want to use delta time. Let's just divide it by 60, because that's generally what we'd be getting if we're playing at 60 FPS, right? I mean, 30 FPS. So we want to keep this value. We ideally don't really want to go over 5. So if I'm walking around, I'm pretty sure, well, maybe it won't anymore because now we have larger chunks. I also have to remember to figure out what's going on with shadows. So when we had our smaller chunks, this was going up quite a bit, all the way up to like, I think 36 at a time, right? I think. Yeah, it was 36, which is equivalent to 6 models per frame. This needs much fewer models now. We're still going up to 3. We also have the whole issue where I don't know if just binding larger buffers is still expensive to do, but I'm assuming binding fewer but larger ones is better than binding more but smaller ones. All right, so this is definitely way lower. Yeah, okay, because we went to 36. Yeah, we were up to 36 before. Now it's not going above 3. So we're definitely doing fewer bind buffer functions per frame, like really well. That's really, really good. So I'm still making that assumption that fewer but larger is okay than, you know, more but smaller. So we wouldn't be going all the way up to 64. We'd just be doubling this. So that would be 56, right? So that's close enough. So let's try that out. So we're going to do that only for our lowest slot. We're going to do it for. We're not going to do it for medium slot. It's just the lowest slot, and there will probably be some overlap on the edges. And I don't know how to fix that. There's probably a way, if I really take my time to think about it and really try to use a lot of brain power, I probably could figure out to make it so it checks if it's if it's on this grid, our 2x2 grid and everything. But it doesn't matter. I can also go all the way up to a 3x3 grid, but I don't want to do that. And we're going to do this just for the lowest LODs. So we have to go for our chunk builder, right? And technically, we might still be passing through just as many buffers. Shit. Damn it. Do you think doing a bind buffer, there's no way to really know this, but we still have blank models, like I was saying, right? So like on these ones, we're not modeling anything, but they technically still have a model and a buffer attached to them, unless I change my code a lot. They'd just be empty models. Shit. Maybe it's okay to, I don't know. Because we technically be still doing just as many buffer data, or buffer, whatever it's called. Yeah, buffer data? Yeah. It'd just be that they were doing buffer data on empty arrays, right? So you would think that wouldn't be too difficult, but maybe like a buffer data is a buffer data, and like they still basically have a minimum cost to them, even if it's empty, because you still have to, like, you know, do this binding and buffering onto the GPU. So I didn't really think that through. I guess we can try to not send the messages on those. And then I don't know how it'll try to render those. I guess we can also have special code that on the main thread side that tries to like not render those at all. All right, let's just try to have it working so we do double the size for the lowest LODs. Every other one, like every 2x2. So just doubling the size shouldn't be that hard. We can just increase chunk size here, right, and model more if our LOD is lowest. That's actually really easy. We should already have our LOD, so we can say if LOD and triples equal operator, so we know it's defined as 0. That should be just about right, I believe. It's a bit hard to test this and see if it's actually working. But let's just see what happens. So if LOD is 0, our lowest LOD, we want to increase chunk size. We also need to check if it's in that 2x2 grid, so it's like the top left in the 2x2 grid. But first, let's just write some stuff down, right? So our chunk size, where do we have chunk size stored as a variable? Outside of there. Also, that's not even the right chunk size. What the fuck? Chunk size is in a init, isn't it? Yeah, we're redoing that in a init. This just needs to be defined as something. We'll have that be 0, just so it's like defined as a number. This should be fine here. I want to go onto a web worker real quick and just make sure it has the right value, because if I was doing this wrong for a long time, that means we were doing really stupid stuff, but I'm pretty sure this is right. Let's just look at chunk size. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Something's not right here. Maybe that was not the right web worker to look at. Maybe, no, hold on. I gotta do a hard refresh before we do anything else, because I gotta see what was going on here. Comment that out. Just do a hard refresh. See if that's still logging 0, and then if it is, that means it's at least kind of right. In fact, I want to log them here. I just want to know what's going on. I just want to make sure that value is, it should be, if I still have it in, oh, maybe it is 64, because did I ever change it back in init? I don't remember. No, I did. I want to make sure that's logging 28, because if that's not logging 28, we have issues that I'm stupidly doing things really wrong, and I'm an idiot, and then that's making performance really bad for no good reason. No, but I don't think that's the case. I think this will log 28, because otherwise I would have noticed that, because we would have had weird duplicates, and that wouldn't be rebuffering when I like pick up a bush. So this should definitely be 28, but I have to make sure of it. Otherwise, I'm gonna go crazy. Oh, this stupid loader for the files. It's so random how long it takes. Okay, yeah, so it's logging 28. That's good. Okay. Let's have it so we have chunk size. No, we could just have a variable called chunk size adjust, right? Yeah, chunk size 80J, and that would be 2 if our lowest lot is on that. But it's not exactly that simple because that's doing 2 for this one, it's doing 2 for this one, it's doing 2 for this one, it's 2 for this one, so it's like way overlap. These circles should not be overlapping. If I do this, you can see lots of overlap, right? So we need to detect if it's the right part, right, in that grid. And then for the other one, I guess I'm just going to make the chunk size 0 and see if that's okay. We really don't even want to pass through anything, but we'll see how this goes. How many places am I calling chunk size? Hopefully that's just about the only place. A little worried about some of this getting a little fucked up, but let's just see if I have our adjust right. I would make our lots for that bigger. Then we want to say, I have to make sure I do this in the right way, but it'd be something like our chunk x, right, divided by our chunk size, right, and then I think we want to do modulo 2, right? I think that is 0, right? That would do it so it does every other one on the x-axis, right? So we're doing this one and this one and this one. Now what we need to do, I suppose, if we just also did an AND operator, right, and just did z, would that be right? I think that'd be right because it needs to be both. We're not trying to do a checkerboard here, so I think that'd be right. So we just want to do the same thing with z. That should be divisible, so that should be okay. I'm a little afraid of like some weird floating point shit, so I'm just going to do like a math.round on here, or maybe even some sort of flooring or something, but math.round, just to make sure it's not some weird shit with floating point precision where that doesn't end up equaling 0, since we're doing division and stuff. We want to make sure of that. And then our chunk size is that. I guess I want to have that inside of here because if we have the else for our LOD, then we're going to have our chunk size be 0. So we're going to have the conditional here. Then our chunk size adjust rather is 2. And otherwise, I believe, I'm thinking this correctly, that should do all the others, right? Because we want to have, so it's like this, right? I want to just, let's get rid of some x's here, right? How do you redo? There we go. So I'm going to have some different colors here. We're going to use yellow for this. Hopefully it's not too invisible. So that's every other one. We have another one here, right? And then we want to have our x, so it's every one that this overlaps, so that should definitely be right. And then we have like another one here. So the ones that overlap are this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. So that should be fine. That looks correct. All right, so if it's not that, then we should have our chunk size adjust to 0. We're multiplying by that. So that should make it so our models, we have really big models every fourth one. If our chunk size is 0, I don't want to send a message with models out of them. I also just thought of a maybe slight issue with subentities, but we'll test it out and see how it goes. Look at how we're doing subentities. Because I think we're only doing subentities on the lowest LOD, because we only need to have it on 1, I think. I could be wrong though. I know we're doing shadows on the lowest LOD, but that should be okay. Yeah, so we're pushing. Hopefully that's okay. I think that'll be okay because that's just a message of where they are so the main thread knows where they are. I think that'll be okay. All right, so let's see if this just works. But yeah, I don't want to send the message for this. Maybe it'll be okay. We're still doing just many binds. Maybe it's okay to do a bind on 0 data, and it's not. It just counts as a free thing. I don't think so. We're gonna have to have some extra code to check on those ones, yeah, and not receive them, not have to use them. To make sure this code at least works, though. I don't like this thread that it's on. It's so hard because somehow Chrome doesn't let you scroll through these. Oh, fuck. Okay, there we go. That was a silly mistake. I'm doing use strict on that file, and I didn't declare it as a variable. Let's just declare it out here, right? And I guess we also do want to have it as 1 if we're not doing anything, right? That makes sense. Because we're still multiplying by it, so we need it to be something. So yeah, by default 1, and then 2 and 0 for the different low lot stuff. And then at some point in the future, I'm going to try to figure out how to have file loading work faster on web workers. It's like randomly, like sometimes it's like not that bad, and then sometimes it's like really bad. Okay, I wish my cursor was still locked because that causes a lag spike, but once we get past that one, I want to see how bad this is. Okay. So we shouldn't have, hopefully, really lag spikes. We could have low FPS and that's fine in the beginning, but I really don't like lag spikes. And I'm not getting them. I'm only getting them with the weird pointer lock API, but again, if you're playing the game, that probably wouldn't be an issue. And it's loading pretty fast too. We have subentities, we have terrain. I don't know why that terrain is necessarily taking so long, but that's okay. I mean, we just got into the world and we can see everything around the player. Again, I keep forgetting every time I go back into the code that I have to look at shadows, but I guess I won't look at shadows yet because I want to, do one thing at a time. I should have looked at shadows before though. Okay, so hopefully this is working for the lowest LOD subentities. I can try to look at some of the buffer data to make sure it looks correct. Let's make this daytime. I mean, I do see subentities far away. They're still generating, so ooh, okay, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, so clearly it's not just ready to go. So it looks like the now there's a max value. Hold on. Right, so we were talking about U16 arrays, right? And that was math.pow 65, right? 65,000. So math.pow, it's around there. 2 to the 16th power is 65,000. Let's divide that by 3, right? Because that's those are indices, so we want to know by face. 21,000 faces is the way I'm doing this. It's the max amount of faces in a chunk, basically. We can easily increase that. Is there int 6? Is there int 32s arrays? Let's see. New int uint. I guess it doesn't need to be unsigned, but there are uint 32 arrays. So I don't know if that's the issue here. I kind of doubt it's the issue here. I don't know what the issue is, but in theory, if it had over that amount, it would stop it from rendering. We can look at the buffers and see if they're going. Let's just look at the buffers anyway. So buffers, and then we want to grab a static. Let's look at this one. So this one has 0, and that's because it's one of these 3 that wouldn't have data, I believe, which is a good thing. We want to be able to see that. It's hard to know what way they are on the chunk size. I mean, yeah, we can try to figure out mathematically, but I'm just going to find one. This one, okay, this one has data. Yeah, it's nowhere near that limit of 21,000. Nowhere near that at all. So let's try to look at this again and figure out what's going on. Oh, maybe the way I'm multiplying that, let's see. So we have to do this with order operations, right? So yeah, first we're adding this. No, first we're multiplying it. That should be fine, right? Should just multiply this and then add it, right? So I don't think it's an order of operation thing. This would get multiplied. That's how we want it, and then this would get added. Oh no. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm throwing myself off. Maybe somewhere in the code, like all the way down into one of these functions, we need chunk size, and that's throwing it off as well. I don't think that'd be the case. Maybe somewhere in like the buffer function, it's using chunk size and it's not using that chunk code adjust. In theory, we can overwrite the chunk size variable. I don't think that's the reason though. I don't think that's what's breaking it. Should I get rid of all this comment out code? We're not even doing that anymore. Yeah, let's get rid of this stuff. We don't need this. I'll leave this line. We can have that. This was like our old like shitty mountain code that we're not even using. Okay. Try to just figure out why that would happen. I mean, yeah, maybe it still has over that 21,000 triangles thing, and I happened to look at a buffer that isn't the case for it, but I don't think that's what happened. Maybe it is because it's working on. Let's see. That one disappeared, right? Let's go back out. Hold on, but it disappears as we get closer. That makes no sense. I kind of want to stay nearby with the stuff that is broken, so I can keep testing this to figure it out. So yeah, as I get closer to that, it doesn't draw anything. Let's look at how we send our data.log through to it. So it's for our model static, right? That's if our message type is model static, and that's part of, we'll see web worker. It's probably not actually here. It's probably in our static function. Whoops. Right, so here's where we're sending messages about creating these chunks. We do send the LOD, and the LOD should be on it. That should be fine. That all looks pretty correct. Also, a way to increase that initial load time thing now, one solution might be we don't need as many web workers now that we're optimizing this. And each web worker is the reason why there's that load time, because each web worker needs to load its own files. I don't know if that would actually make big of a difference, because if each web worker is independently loading the files, and they all start at the same time and they're all doing the same thing, but if they're not messing with each other in any way, if they're not slowing each other down, loading one, if one is loading 50 files, it should have very little difference between one loading 50 files and like 10 loading 50 files, because they're all doing the same thing independently. And they still all have to do the same task. So I don't know if that would actually make that much of a difference. Yeah, but what's going on with... Excuse me. I mean, the performance was not bad, so I don't have to do this. It's just, why not improve it if I can? It's just, can I? Because, like, it's not working. Right, so that message looks fine. And then in here, we're saying, if the LOD is 0, do this. We can try to see where we're calling chunk size in, like, let's look at our default sub entity where we're doing a buffer stuff on it, and just make sure if we're not using chunk size in here. No, we're not. Nothing should be using chunk size other than where we're calling that in the file itself. Okay. So close to working. Let's no, I don't want to do that. I don't think. I was gonna say let's just do one and then have the 3 others not render, but probably shouldn't do that. The interpreter might get messed up with having 0 data there, but I don't think it would. Maybe it would if there was absolutely no positions there. No, I think it'd be fine. Yeah, that'd be fine. Length was 0. It wouldn't really move forward though. I want to test this out with a small portion of static being generated. I guess I mean, we definitely don't want this long term, but I want to see if these are empty, if it's bad. Actually, let's not do that. Let's have it so we don't send the message. So I guess we could just, in theory, just do a return. Maybe. All right, let's just return. So we don't even, obviously setting this chunk size thing is not helping. Like, it's not doing anything because we're returning after that. But I want to have this here because I'm probably going to delete it if it doesn't work. But maybe if it was us sending the messages with empty bits and then trying to parse those, the parser doesn't know how to handle that. I don't know. I think it would be able to handle that, but you never know. Okay, so we're going to see if this gets weird with what's getting generated. Also, hopefully it's fine that the models are never created on the lowest lot. I don't know if it's going to like keep requesting it or what. I don't think it will. Let's go into static real quick and just see if it never gets returned. It should be fine because we should still have a message saying we requested it. So we don't need to keep asking for it. It's just never going to receive a reply, but that's okay. Okay, so let's see if this is behaving. I also want to make sure sub-entities are in the right place. See, I might have messed that up. I also have to figure out shadows because like I'm trying to pick this bush. I'm pretty sure I should be able to pick this one up. I can pick this one up. So if these are in separate chunks, that might be kind of what's breaking some of this. Maybe. I don't know. We got lots of work to do with this to figure this out. I gotta look at how I was sending all that data in. So far, it looks like it's kind of working. I don't see weird trees spawning in and out like we did before. I'm gonna try to like just keep exploring to make sure I'm just happen to be walking in the right areas. It looks like it might have happened over here. Yeah. So obviously, as you're getting closer, it should never disappear. They can disappear if they get too far away, but not if you get too close. It loads faster. It took ages for the trees to load before. Yeah, it's definitely, we're making improvements. We kind of slowed down the initial loader, though, like that blue circle, that blue ring getting smaller. And that's part of the reason. So it kind of just moved it over. It's still like kind of just as slow, but once you get in the world, it says it's faster, and it's still not just as slow. It still is faster, but part of that is, you know, we're waiting a little bit longer for the web workers to load all those files. Okay, so something's still not right here. Just returning did not fix everything. That'd be really nice if that worked though. Why would that be? Am I doing it on both axes? I am, right? Okay, yeah. I know it makes no sense to wrap these in parentheses, but I'm going to do it anyway. Like, obviously it'd be nice if I can log something. I just don't know what to log to say, you know, to view what's going on here. I mean, I logged some of the buffers, and looked at their data, and it looked fairly correct. I guess I don't even know what LOD that would be though, because that seems a little close for our lowest LOD. Wait, and why is it? So it's like, it seems like our medium LOD is the one that's breaking. Okay, I have an idea. I think I know what's happening. Maybe. Yes. I know what's happening. As long as that starts to render again as I get closer. Yes. Okay. I can try to explain this in Paint. I think I know what's happening. I need a bigger grid. It sucks to... Okay, I'm just going to have to make a really sloppy grid here, right? Don't save this. I think this is what's happening. So I got to be careful about how we're setting our LOD so it's on a 2x2 grid. And that will mean that we probably also eliminate overlap, probably. Okay, I got to make a grid that's pretty big. I'll try to do this as best I can without being too sloppy, but it's going to be sloppy. I think this is what's happening. It would make sense to me. And now that we're returning, I like that better too. Okay. So, you know, our checker for LODs, right, is a circle. It's not a square. You know, that makes sense. So it's something like this, 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 this. These ones are, maybe I should use the fill tool. Yeah, that might make this a little bit better to visualize. So something along these lines is our highest LOD, right? Then I think depending on where our grid lines up, yeah, if our grid lines up like this, whoops. I need a brush. Okay. If our grid lines up like this, I'll try to draw, well, let me paint it in, then I'll try to draw where the grid lines are. Then we have this area that's not going to get filled in. I'm hoping that's what's happening. So let me draw our lower LOD grid size just to like really show this, right, what's happening here. So our grid is like that for our lower LOD, which means I didn't paint this in correctly here, but so then we end up with these awkward gaps. Let me paint this in. I'm hoping this is what's happening. There's these weird awkward gaps here that don't get rendered, right? That makes sense to me. And the way I'm thinking of how we're doing our programming, that would probably happen. I think that could happen in a weird, awkward way. So where we're setting our LODs, it kind of sucks, which is why I basically just need to set our LODs, you know, like this. And I guess that's not a bad thing because we only have 2 different sizes. If we had 3 different sizes, that would be worse. But since we only have these big ones and these little ones, it's okay to just have them match the small size. I guess that's fine. Okay, so we're doing the LOD checks and stuff. Let's see, that's in static. We gotta check where it is on that grid. This is like gonna be weird to calculate these. So we need to check the distance now differently. We need to have the center point on the grid because normally we're checking the distance. So this is our player, you know, somewhere. Our player is like about here, right? And we're checking the center point of these. But instead, since we have our, hold on, let's get a brush and try to show this. I know these are weird clashy colors. I hope it's not too hard to see. But since this is our bigger grid, right? I kind of fucked up that line, but something like that, right? Where we want to be checking from, I think, is we need to calculate the center point like that in our larger area. I think that would hopefully probably work. These would be our new checks. So let's look at where I was doing that, like with our distance and stuff. That should be in our static entity file, right? So we're calculating distance off that, and then that's where we're deciding probably, let's see what we're deciding what distance for that. That kind of does some awkward things that I'm not going to love about this, because it brings everything over a bit. So it's not, everything's not going to be perfectly centered. There, like our circle of LODs, like you're not, normally what you'd basically want is for it to have an equal amount of like generation and everything on both sides, on all sides, right? But it's going to kind of like shift it over just a tiny bit, so you're probably not going to notice it. But then instead of everything, and I know I didn't really draw that centered, but I tried my best to draw that centered, right? It's basically just going to move it over here instead of being centered. It's okay, but you know, this is more centered for this box, but instead we're moving it over, whatever. It's fine. So we need to calculate our new center point for calculating distance. I still might not call it this dot center. I might call it our, like, I don't know, our LOD center. Var LOD center. I'm just gonna do it all in line here right now just to get this working. Since we're just basing this off of distance, I think everywhere. Hopefully this fixes it. I'm gonna get this out of here. We're gonna have our LOD center dot x, LOD center dot x, and our LOD center dot z, right? We'll have these values up here just to look at. Just gonna like literally have them not do anything just to have them there. Okay. So what is the correct way to do this? We need to run that same code with chunk x, chunk z, if it's like divisible by that stuff, right? So let's look at where I'm doing mod 2 in not this file, in our chunk builder file, right? So this guy here, that's what we want. Something like that, we need to mod them. So really shouldn't need this math.round, but I guess I'll leave it in. But we want to do our adjusts. We might have to subtract this by 1 or something to have this work. Hold on, let me think. So it's going to return 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. I might have to offset it because I can just offset it here. I can swap this to have to be 1. I'm not sure if this is the correct way. But something like this. This is going to give us our neighbors to check, basically, to figure out which way to go to. I don't actually have to check the neighbors. I could probably just do the math to know which direction to go in. So this is like our X adjust, right? And our Z adjust. I think this is right. Let me think though. So if we was bigger, how do I like really make this bigger without doing very little amount at a time, but whatever. Oh, it's so annoying. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, you would think. Okay, so here's some more space over here, but I don't really want to delete that. So I just want to figure out how we want to do this. So we have this right here, and we used to have our center point here and here and here and here, but now we want to have one central point here for every 2 by 2, and in theory what we're getting returned for each one is something like 0, a different color, 0, 1. Well, I guess it's on both axes, so this would be in theory 1, 1, and then I might have to offset this. Hold on, how do I calculate this? We'd want, what's the right math for this? Well, I guess this one would be 0, 0. This one would be 1, 1, and then this one would be, yeah, that could be fine. This one would be either 1, 0 or 0, 1. I don't actually know. On the X, so we're doing the X. If we're doing the X this way, so that would be 1, 0, and this one would be 0, 1. Okay, that seems right. So based off those values we're returning, we want to offset these black X to each one. The math would work out to go that way. So I think what we can do is if we subtract that by 0.5, I think, and then multiply it by 2, just to remap it to normalize it, right? That would now give us values that were, might have to also inverse them. Yeah, I think we have to inverse them as well. So then that would give us this would give us 1, 1. So that makes sense. We want to move it that way. So that's 1, 1. And that would give us, I think, negative, no. So maybe I need to flip, hold on. No, maybe I didn't want to inverse them. Oh, let me think. No, maybe that. Well, we want negative 1, 1, right? So we want to move it back. We want to move it down. I think I have my math right. I'm just confusing myself. I don't know if I'm doing the inversing correctly. We might not want to inverse it. And we would move it by half of the chunk size, I guess, right? Kind of more than that because it's a square, right? Oh, but yeah, because we're not doing it, we're doing it per axis. We're not like doing it radially. So half of the chunk size would be correct. All right, I just can't figure out if this math here is perfect. I think it is, right? So if we had 0, we subtract 0.5, right? We multiply, so that would bring it to negative 0.5, right? And then we multiply it by 2, that'd be negative 1, and then we're flipping that, so that's 1. Yeah, so that's right. And then if it was 1, that would go as 0.5 multiplied by 2, and then we're flipping, so it's negative 1. Yeah, that's correct. So that's the correct math for it. Now our LOD center is going to be our center x plus our x adjust times our chunk size, maybe half of our chunk size. Can I easily grab the chunk size? I think I can, right? We actually might already have it defined as a variable. That'd be nice. Where am I defining that? Oh yeah, we have it because we're doing that here, right? That makes sense. I just want to make sure it's definitely, whoops. Just want to make sure it's definitely defined up above it. Yes. Okay, so I think half the chunk size. So our x adjust times our chunk size divided by 2. I know I go parentheses happy, but that's just what I like to do. This will be our LOD center x. We can make this let's have our var LOD center is x and z, right? And then we're going to do LOD center dot x is this. I hope this fixes our issues. I should be able to paste it live in console to see if it fixes the things we're looking directly at, which is nice. I don't have to try to see oh, I think it's working. I haven't seen it in a while. I should be able to just directly look at it. This might be inverse a little bit. I might have to flip some things around. I might have to add 1 to this, but that's fine. But I think that's everything we need to do. I think that's right. As long as we're basing everything off this.dis, which I think we are, I think that will work, which is really, really good. All right, let's just try it. Let's see what happens. So I want to make sure, updating the prototype, I think that'll work. I want to make sure I'm in an area. Okay, so we're going to be focusing on these weird trees, right? That are disappearing as we're getting closer. So it's mostly the ones over. Hold on, I gotta figure this out. It's confusing. I gotta find the right area to walk back and forth to have this happen reliably. How come I can't have it happen again? The fuck? Maybe I'm not getting close enough to it, but I thought there were other trees over there. Now I'm confused. I definitely want to find a place where this is happening reliably, so I can really make sure this is working. Because a lot of times it just looks like the game is rendering correctly. Weird. Okay, well there's a tree. Okay, so about here looks like it's. I wish I found a different area, but if you look over here, there's no tree there, right? And then as I walk away, a tree comes in. So I want to have it where it's disappeared, right? And I want to paste a new code in console and see if it fixes it. Chunk X is not defined. Fuck off. Our chunk X is probably its position.x. Hold on, let's look at what I have these variables named. Yeah, so if we just grab the position.x and position.z, that should be it. I kind of wish I had the old code though still. So yeah, I'm going to put this dot center back for when I reload it, because I want to be in that area of the world where I know this is breaking. I don't want it to be working yet. Also, am I doing? No, okay. But we should have. Oh no, that's good. That's right. These ones should be vars though, or let or whatever. Okay. I want this to be broken. Find the right area again where that tree is popping in weird, and then I want to just swap these with our LOD center, and then hopefully that will just be working. And then I might have to, offset this by 1. I'm not 100% sure. I feel like I might. Well, I don't know. We'll find out. I hope I even understand the issue where it is, oh man, I got rid of that. Right. Where it was that we were doing this in a circle, so it was these ones. I hope that's the issue. I hope I'm understanding it correctly. Okay, so I gotta wait a while for this to load in, but it's definitely faster than it used to be. And then I gotta find that area that I was looking at with those pine trees and that like oak tree that was popping in and out. Okay, so that was in this direction. I'm gonna wait for this to load a bit more. I think if I walk away, it might come in. Okay, so it's probably these set of trees here, these 3 trees. So if I walk closer, they should, I think, disappear. Yes, okay. So I found the right area. That's very good. Walk closer. I just want to make sure it's happening reliably. Oh, okay. It wasn't that tree then. It's yeah, it is these trees. Okay. Just other trees spawned in behind it, and that made it confusing. I need to be standing like the exact right area. Shit, now I'm confused. I mean, it looks like something's happening reliably further away, but I want it. Well, let's make it daytime. I want to get back to that area. I get to stand in just the right spot because like the lods need to align with that circle in just the right way, and it's hard to find. There's things farther behind that are doing it, but like those pine trees back there are doing weird shit. It looks like, I think. Well, that's hard to tell too. Maybe not. Maybe that's not true. I can just paste the code and see if it's going to work, but I really, really wish I could find. Hope maybe I have the new code in by accident, but I don't think I do. No, I don't. I can look at the prototype update function and just see what's on there to make sure I didn't accidentally fuck this up. Just look at this real quick. Make sure I didn't accidentally put the new code in. We're calculating distance. No, that should be right. Okay, so I just need to find somewhere in the world where I can walk back and forth and have it reliably mess up. That doesn't look like it's using the right LOD, but that's not really my bone to pick right now. It definitely doesn't look like it's using the right LOD. I don't want to focus on that though. I want to focus on the weird pop in and out, because I think I understand that issue. I just need to find where the fuck I was standing before. It was those trees, but you have to stand also in the right spot. Those pine trees are weird, but I don't know if that's the same issue. I feel like it's not. Maybe it is. I don't know. That might just be regular pop in and out just at view distance, which I probably should increase, but god damn, why is this so difficult? I need something to disappear as I get closer, because that should not happen. Things should only disappear if you get too far away from them. It's not happening anymore, though. Well, I can paste in the new code, and then it's easy to undo it, right? It's just a this.center. I need to swap with LOD center, just swap 2 back and forth. So let's just see if this fixes some of the issues where it's like looks like it's using the wrong LOD and stuff. Okay, as long as there's no overlap, which I'm not sure if there is or not. I feel like there shouldn't be with our our center checking, but okay. Maybe I've discovered something that the new code made it worse. Okay, I gotta figure out what's happening there. So I might have not understood this. However, okay, so I found an area where this is failing. If I change my offsets though, then I might be able to fix this. Okay, that's very good. So just around here, if I leave my camera and everything alone, although the camera, oh yeah, it kind of matters. But those trees there, this pack of trees, especially that top. All right, so let's have our offsets change. So we're just going to add 1 here. And I feel like they'd be both on the same, they'd be both the same on each axis, but maybe it's just on one of the axes. I'm not sure. I think that'd be right though. Fucking shit. I guess because, oh, well, the module operator, the order of operations on that is never the one I expect. That makes sense. So that would do every, no, but that's not even doing every other. And then if I just put this in, hold on. What the fuck? Okay, let's go back and see if these start rendering back in. No, they're not. So I like, huh. I might have fucked up their distances and like ended up making them nans or something. Let's look at, I gotta find an entity now. Game.world.entities, right? Oh, maybe they're not entities. Maybe they're chunk entities or something. Yeah, they might be. They probably are. Static chunk entities. Okay, that's much easier, thank God. Okay, so I might have broken all of them. They somehow made them all undefined. How could I have done that? Hold on, what? How could I have possibly done that? If I set their, I guess if I, no, but it should still not, if I set their distance to something really weird, I guess that would work. So that would be if I, yeah, it's weird though. Then I guess it would think that they're like far away and despawn them. Wow, that's weird. All right, let's try this. I guess I have to refresh. I like the little area that I found to test to debug this, but all right, now we have this certain parentheses because the modular operator, I always expect this to like kind of be more like if we were doing something like, you know, like this, that would always go in the right order, but I know it's not like that. So it was doing modulo 1 and 2 here and then doing, I don't know, some weird shit. I hate the modulo operator. I mean, I don't hate it, but like it's just weird because you know you learn your order of operations PEMDAS, right, in like elementary school or whatever, right, and then there's the modulo operator when you start doing stuff with JavaScript and that falls into some sort of order. I guess it goes first, maybe it goes in the middle, but that'd be weird, but maybe it does. It probably goes first, those operators, and I should just memorize that. But you know, I'm just not used to it. Okay, so I'm gonna try my best to align my camera where it was before and find that area and see if this still happens, although I should put back center X. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put back the buggy known broken code. Gotta wait for this to load up. And again, yeah, it's definitely way better loading, so that's great. Okay, and our buggy trees, I think we're more that way, but I'm afraid to change how I was standing. Okay, good. I found it again. This is with the bug. That's good. So if I stand a little bit too close, they disappear. Okay, so now if I paste in our fix, right, with these, hopefully they will start rendering. So this should make a bunch of trees spawn in behind these closer trees. Yes. Okay. I don't know why there's such a delay to it, but that's fine. So in theory, if I wrote this correctly, it'll just work now. Now it does change kind of like where the LODs line up and stuff. So I might bring our LODs out further for the lowest LOD. So we were doing 120. If it's over 120, use the lowest LOD. I might want to bring that out further because we're kind of like doing larger checks now, right? So something before that would be high LOD, or, well, not necessarily, but something before that would, it doesn't matter. It looks like the lowest LODs are too close. Or even, no, that might not be the case. It might be that the medium LODs are too close, because we're not even doing it just for low LODs. Maybe I should only be doing it for low LODs, so that would make sense. Shit. But how do we calculate that? So if it's not the highest LOD, so if it is the highest LOD, but how do we calculate the LOD? So we're gonna have to have like our low LOD center and our high LOD center, and then if it's within the high LOD center, then we can do our regular checks. But if it's past that, then do something else. Because we have 3 levels of LODs. Okay, that will work. That'll be good. I just have to write the right code for it. So let's have a variable, right? We're gonna have a variable called low LOD center and our high LOD center. Low LOD center. Maybe I should just capitalize all this, right? That would make sense. And then our high LOD center is nice and easy to calculate because our high LOD center is just this center. I'm still gonna write it out kind of explicitly. I know I can just grab this center, but you know, just readability wise of code, this will be better. Okay, so our high LOD center, is this. And then we want to really check. So we're gonna have our like low LOD dist and our high LOD dist. I'll still have this.dist defined, but we're not gonna use it everywhere. So we'll have regular dist. That's fine. Which is just off of the centers, right? And then we'll have a low LOD dist and maybe a high LOD dist, which will just be this.dist. Again, this obviously doesn't really matter. I'm not loving how this gets camel cased either, but whatever. It should be like that, but I don't really like how that looks either. So whatever, it doesn't matter. All right, so we have our high LOD dist and our low LOD dist. So if our high LOD dist is under 75, we can use our high LOD stuff, right? And then otherwise use medium. But then we want to do stuff with low LOD. I think this will, I don't know if I have to do a little bit of extra special code and to check if it's past some sort of range, but hopefully that's all we need because that's for switching to the low LOD. So I think that'll work. Because I think I'm seeing the medium LODs too close because we're changing the size of our things. So let's see if this is a little bit better. Give it some time to generate. I wish I knew how many units away everything was. Let's increase 120 though, as well. Let's see. Okay, so let's take a look at this. It looks like to me, I feel, but it's a bit hard to tell, but I feel like some of these things should be higher LOD at this distance. So let's see if changing it here fixes that. Let's go to, well, our LOD size, I guess they're now 56. We just add 28, so let's just add 28 to it, right? I know I could just do 148, but I want to tweak that value and know what I started with. Okay, so let's see if this makes a change. Looks like it did change things further out. So maybe the change, so we'll leave that at 120. Now it looks like this is the value that is doing something different. Maybe it's just my eyes. Like maybe it used to always do this level of detail at this distance, and I'm just looking at it differently for some reason this right now. Because this shouldn't be any different. This is using this at this, which is the center points, which is what we always had. That's like old stuff. That's what we were doing forever. And our chunk size should be the same. We're not actually changing the chunk size. So I don't know what's going on with that. We can check if our medium LODs are generating correctly. Maybe they're not. So we're going to look at buffers. And it definitely should be, but static. Also, we can try to look at some of these things and see if any of them are using a medium LOD. But like this is a medium LOD here. That is weird. If we're destroying, I guess if we're destroying pre-buffer data, which we probably are, I can't actually look at the positions on that. How come I'm not destroying pre-buffer data on lowest LOD though? Probably should be doing that. It doesn't really matter, but it takes up more RAM. It's nice that it doesn't have to get garbage collected, but we should be doing that. All right, I don't want to turn off that stuff for garbage collection, but logging stuff about it is probably not going to help me a whole lot, more than likely. Let's just make this a lot larger, right? And just see if that helps with the appearance. That way I can just see if like what LOD it's using. Okay, so that's not the case either. We could bring this way up. Like let's just do like 200, right? And then that's going to make a lot of things use the lowest LOD. I mean the highest LOD. Nothing's going to use the medium LOD because we're going to go right over that. Oh, that did update. I just had to give it time, didn't I? Okay, so that 100 did help. So that means it is, in theory, a transition between medium and low. However, if this, let's try to log some low LOD distances and just make sure they're correct, because maybe they're not. There's a chance they're not. And then we'd always use just the lowest LOD. So let's look at our chunk entities again. So we're going to go to game.world.static chunk entities, right? And then we'll just grab, I don't know, any of them. Doesn't matter. Oh, that's not how they're organized. Whoops. That's annoying. All right, so like that. Okay, apparently not that one. Why are these all empty? I don't understand. We obviously have them because we rendering them. We see them in the world. Maybe those just are old ones that we deleted. Maybe. The fuck? Did I not use the right variable? Hold on. Let's pause this. What am I requesting here? I'm requesting our static chunk entities. Maybe it's not called that. I think it is. Why are they arrays? Why the fuck are they arrays? Am I not thinking of this right? Is it called our chunk entities? No, that's right. Maybe it's not. Hold on. That should be right. But then they're like all blank arrays for some reason. For no good reason. The fuck? Maybe that's not what they're under. Maybe I'm not remembering. Or maybe, hold on, we still have our entities. All right, I gotta look at my render loop or something, or my update loop or something and see where we're doing stuff with this. Let's look at the render loop. So we have like water entities, right? So we're doing a cycle for that. Are they in? What the fuck? u.get nearest entity. Let's see what that returns. Yeah, not what we want. What are the parameters that could pass through there? I don't remember. We can have properties, and we can check the. Not a whole lot. Do I have it set to 30 or 60? I have it set to 30 right now. It probably gets fucked up at 60 because I'm not using things with like delta time when I should be and stuff. Yeah, I guess that's true. But the issue I'm trying to figure out right now anyway isn't related to FPS. The issue I'm trying to figure out is LODs on chunks. Alright, I wanted to log, but I can't. I want to look at the LOD dist on some of these. I guess I could just console log the LOD dist and just see what it's returning. I just want to make sure it's returning a number that makes sense. And not like nan or something weird. Undefined or infinity or who knows. Okay, so this is going to spam the shit out of console, but it's okay. Okay, let's pause. Let's look at those messages. Okay, they're look like they're probably okay numbers. Yeah, and we have some under certain ranges, so they're not bad. I think this number will have to be increased to some amount. I'm gonna add just 28 to it for now. That should be fine. All right, so let's paste this in and just walk around the world and see if it feels okay with the LODs. See if things look high level detail enough. Because like to me, it just feels a little bit different. It feels like it's using the lowest LOD closer than it should. But I could be wrong. We can, you know what? Actually, we can figure that out. We can force the LOD, right? So if I force the LOD to be LOD anything here, so we can just like have our we're gonna overwrite our LOD distances, right? Let's make that like whatever, right? That doesn't matter. Then we're gonna force this one to be like 0. So then that should make it so it's going to use our medium LOD, and then we're going to bring that number up and see if that changes. So we're going to paste like, 1,000,000 here, and then that should swap to the lowest LOD. So let's see if this does any change. We don't want to see a change right now on those trees, because in my opinion, that should be medium LOD, right? And it looks like it is medium LOD because we see some things that I don't think we would see at the lowest LOD. Just let my trees look more shit than I'm used to. It might be a grass thing. Okay, so those trees are the same. The things up close changed, but those trees are the same. Let's see if I now make this number really, really high, right? This should now make an even lower LOD on those trees. I think those two look the same. Do we have an error or just a lag spike? Just a lag spike. Now it just seems like it's not using the lowest LOD. Okay, I have an idea of what's happening. Right, so we want to make it so if it's the lowest LOD, we'll just I guess make them unrenderable, right? If they're using the lowest LOD, right? So if this dot LOD, where are we setting the LODs? Hold on. I think I might have an idea of what's going on, hopefully. Yeah, so if we look at our, I don't know, if our LOD is 0 and we're not transitioning, if our transition is 1, or if our transition is 0, I think. Yeah. If our LOD is 0, our transition is 1, we don't want to even do anything on the every other one. Because otherwise it's going to like be waiting for the buffer and doing weird shit. Right? Because we're not going to actually do the model name until it's ready, and I don't know, it's just weird. But that'll never be ready, and then it won't swap the model. So a bunch of weird shit will happen. So we want to like make it not renderable. Okay. So hopefully that's the majority of the issue. Yeah, because that'll continue using the medium LOD then over on top of it. So we want to do something like if the LOD is 0 and this dot transition is also 0, I want to just make sure that's like the right value we want to be using. Let's just console log, right? Hopefully I didn't break anything in here. It's okay to log that. I'll comment this out for now. I just want to make sure transition, yeah, it should be. I'm gonna like double check, but it really definitely should be. Okay, yeah, bunch of zeros. So if that's the case, then we want to like grab our these values here, right? And then we basically only want to render, right, with this math here, if our x adjust and our y adjust are both 1s. If they're not both 1s, then we want to not render that object. So if x adjust does not equal 1 or z adjust does not equal 1, then we're going to make it not renderable, and maybe a few other things. I don't really know. I guess I could put this in the same conditional, but whatever. Oh, and yeah, so for LOD 0 is 1 and no transition. Okay, so then I want to say this dot renderable is false, and then we might also want to just do a stop render on it. And then otherwise, just above it, we'll have it so it is renderable probably. And that should stop the stop render on it, I believe. This is kind of a shitty way to do it, but it's okay. Stop render, we want to have this at the true. This stop render is false. I think I want to leave the stop render on though. I think that's, well, we'll find out. All right, let's just paste this in. And it should make these lower LODs. It's doing like things on top of it, I think. Logging way too much shit in console. Okay, fingers crossed. I don't even think we have a low LOD model on, like the lowest LOD model on a lot of these things I still see. Like these I don't even think have the lowest LOD model. I didn't think. I can probably check though. Models dot, I think they're called Tallbush. Yeah, they only have LOD 1, not LOD 0. We can try to make them all not renderable just to see if that's working. So this should make it so we hide every single static thing, right? Okay, so renderable might not be written on the render function of static, because I probably have maybe a custom one for that. I don't know. Dot render. Maybe not. Why? I want to make them all invisible. Maybe it's our prepend render that's breaking it. I don't think so though. Unless the transition is never changing. No, that shouldn't be the case. right, because we logged the transition and the transition was 0. So why is this not allowing me to update it? We can maybe try to do like a prepend run. Let's look at the render code. The render code, as long as it's using default render code, which I believe it should be, like it's inheriting from our default entity, and we're not overriding our render function. We're having a prepend render function, but that should not matter at all. And then just prepend render. That's it. Not render. Okay. I want to paste this in again to see what's going on. And then maybe I'm forgetting something about making things renderable or stop rendering. Stop renderable is false, stop render is true. So that should make them unrenderable. I mean, yeah, I know we have renderable true, but we're just overriding that. Let's open up our default entity render function, I guess. So it's this guy here, and then we want to look at renderable. Right, so if it's not deleted, which it shouldn't be, and renderable, wait, that's not where I want to be looking at. Where else are we doing this then? Is it because of the stop render? Because stop render, right. So this is, if it is stop render, then we return unless we set renderable to true and if the buffer's ready. Hold on. Yeah, we want to make sure and it has the buffer and that the buffer is ready. So it's not deleted. Renderable is not set to false. It has the buffer and the buffer is ready. We want to check for all these things before we bring stop render back. However, renderable is set to false, so that should not stop the stop render. So that should go to else, and that should do return. So we shouldn't be rendering, right? We can maybe try to force it to be cold. That should be no different, but maybe, you never know. So we can say this.cold is true, right? So we're calling it off. Maybe somewhere else further down I was overriding something. Or maybe it's just not, no, it's definitely updating code still for these chunks because I'm doing console.logs and they're firing. I could check again, but I'm pretty sure. So something is really weird with this. Perhaps in the prepend render function. Yeah, maybe it's the These add together should equal. Maybe they don't. Let's log that, and then that fucks with it being renderable. So that would actually make sense. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So let's console.log these values, and we want them to equal 1 because only one thing should be active. Let's see what they log. Pause. Okay, so we have a mixed bag of returns, but a lot of them are not just one. Those are probably the ones that are closer. So I know what's going on, kind of ish now. So we're never subtracting probably a medium LOD or even a high LOD, and that's because when we want to transition to it, there is no transition. We can't transition to it because it doesn't have the stuff for it. So we want to say if it is within that range, we just want to, I guess, turn it off. This might give us some weird transitions, which kind of sucks, but let's just see what happens. Maybe we'll turn off the transitions for the low to medium LOD and just have transitions for high to medium LOD. You know, the medium to high and the high to medium, we can have a transition, but the medium to low and the low to medium, maybe we'll turn that off. I don't really want to, but that's where it's breaking. We can have special code and prepend render just to say Yeah, that'll be fine. We can have something in prepend render that just is going to say, if this dot stop prepend or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it stop prepend render. It's kind of stupid, but it's fine. Then we're gonna return, right? So then we want to set that inside that conditional. To test this out, I'm going to like force it on everything, so it should get rid of everything. The cold we don't need. We need to update all of these functions. I don't really want to be console logging still that value if I still have that in there, and I think I do. Maybe I got rid of it. Did I get rid of it? Or maybe I did. Okay, good. So let's just unpause, clear the console, unpause. Okay, very good. I wish it was a little bit more instantaneous. Now let's see if they all get brought back by just comment out all of these lines, right? And we'll leave renderable on true. We can have just comment out all of these lines. I just want to make sure they come back, right? Okay, very good. So now, if it meets all of this criteria, we also want to do a stop prepend render function on it. The renderable thing here, we probably don't need that. It should automatically make it re-renderable. I don't know if that's true actually. So we'll leave that there. So now, maybe my offset is wrong. Maybe we want to say, so we should be seeing a larger chunk being generated, right? I kind of wish I had our bounding box on them, but I don't think I do. But you know, the lowest log should be, instead of being 28 by 28, should be 56 by 56. So if our LOD is 0, and it's done transitioning, and then I think I have this set up right, but maybe I don't. But it is still choosing one every now and then, so if it's rendering anything, that should be fine. Let's console log some stuff, I guess. And I don't think I'm getting rid of the pre-buffer data on these, which is actually a good thing. Usually be bad, but okay, positions. Maybe we'll even loop through that, which is probably bad to do at runtime because it's a lot to go through, and just like manually calculate our bounding box. We could do that. But we're going to console log the positions, and then we're also going to console log if we have. Oh, we need to also have the prepend renderer set back to normal. So we want to have this set to false by default. Okay. I'm going to not have the console log just in case that shouldn't have broken anything. That shouldn't be a big change. But just in case that was doing something weird, this should fix things. Okay. So still not right. So renderable true, stop renders false, run this conditional. All right, so let's log this, and then I also want to log if we're doing a stop render function on it to see which ones. Whoops. Ideally, when we have these positions, the ones that have stop render on them have 0 positions, and the ones that do have positions, stop render is set to false. That's what we're looking for. So maybe my offset is wrong or something. I don't know. Let's pause. And I just want to like grab this really quick. Okay. Okay, so on true, we have data. On true, we have data. On true, we have data. Why are they all true? Wait. We want them to, so false, we want stop render true. We want to have 0 position. So that's still not right. But why are they all true? We should have false. We should definitely have false every now and then because we see things rendering. And our X and Z just here, that should be right. It definitely looks like it's rendering every 4th one. Why are these all true? Let's log it only if it's false. How? Because this conditional should not be met every single time. Right? Because those should be... Oh, maybe I do want... like a... No, that shouldn't be necessary because the other one should be -1, right? So that should be fine. But we can have that there. And we know that's firing sometimes and it's correct, not on everyone. But then not really. All right, we just want to have a positions.length so we're not spamming console because that should be enough. Oh, let's just try that once more. So clear our console. Still going to spam console with a lot of stuff, but not quite as bad. All right, so they're all true for some reason. I don't understand that. And then right, because we should sometimes be able to have -1 and -1. All right, I guess we'll console log these and see what weird shit's coming on with these and see if these make any fucking sense whatsoever. What the fuck? They were logging 3? Well, there's my issue. All right, so I didn't think that through correctly, I guess. But we should have our values the same way we had them before. Mod 2. All right, let's just try that again because maybe they're offset or whatever. I don't know. All right, let's see if these values at least look like they're... Okay, so they're all 1s now. So I'm doing something still not quite right. I guess I want to... Right, our chunk size should be ×2 maybe now? No, hold on. I want to get every other chunk size. How can mod 2 with a change? All right, let's just multiply this by 2. Right, I guess that makes sense because that actually doesn't make sense to me, but I don't know. Multiplying by 2. Okay, so that's closer. So now we're getting 1, 3, 1, 3 different combinations, 1, 1. All right, so that's much closer to what I want it. However, I'm not doing this in the right direction or something. So we want to, let's just go a little bit more basic here with this. Not multiply. I think I'm multiplying in the wrong spot. Let's see what these values return. Okay, so 0.5 and 1.5. So really we just want to subtract more, right? I guess that makes sense maybe. So let's just subtract 1 there. Let's see if that works. And I still don't know if they're inverse correctly, but we'll find that out. Okay. Okay, so that did not work. But if we subtract 0.5 here and then I guess outside these parentheses subtract 0.5 here, or maybe add it, I don't know. Let's see if that returns. I know I'm probably doing this in a weird way, but and there's okay, we want 0, 1, but don't we want -1 and +1, which is why I was multiplying it. But I guess I wasn't multiplying in the right spot. So this is returning 0. I want to have I thought my math was right before, but clearly it wasn't because we were getting 3s all the time. So I want to bring this range back down to negative 0.5 to, okay, hold on. Let's do that. I want to bring our range to negative 0.5 to positive 0.5 and then multiply it by 2, right? So if we subtract 0.5 to that, okay, that's better. And then we want to multiply it by 2. I don't understand this math entirely. But I guess just here now, we want to multiply the whole thing by 2. I'm probably doing way more math here than we need to. Whoops. We probably don't need it. We can probably just be doing this like once. I don't know why I'd have to subtract here twice. That doesn't make sense. Like do minus 0.5 and then minus 1. We should just be able to do minus 1.5. But I feel like I tested that and that didn't work. So something's weird. It's okay. I don't care. What the fuck? Wait, what is happening? Where are these parentheses? How can negative 0.5 and positive 0.5 multiplied by 2 should give us negative 1 and positive 1 give us 3 and 5? What is going on? All right, let's try this again. Make sure this is negative 0.5. No, it's not. Why are these numbers just magically changing on me? Okay, so let's have subtract 0.5 again here. These numbers, man. Okay, that brings us back to 0 and 1. Hold on. So we want to subtract 1 here. And then... Hold on. This doesn't make any fucking sense. No, what? These numbers are returning random ass values. Alright, I gotta move this flip, I guess. Alright, hold on. So this minus 0.5. I guess it was... There's like way too many parentheses here. Way too much crazy is going on. Holy shit. Okay, so that gave us 0 and 1. So now if we subtract an additional 0.5, which I guess we want to do minus 1, right? This math is making no sense. Somehow 0.5 times 2 is giving us 5. Okay, so now we brought back to our range of negative 0.5 to positive 0.5, right? So now we should just have to multiply the whole thing by fucking 2. Now we have like a million parentheses here. This better work this time. Oh, thank God. Okay. So now we have negative 1 and positive 1, which is what I was trying to do the entire time. All right. Wherever I was console logging that, we can probably get rid of that now, hopefully. Although, I don't know for sure if we want to have it. Okay. Do we have some false stuff? We have false. Every, like, we should have basically, for the most part, it's not going in exact order, but it should basically be for every one false, we have 3 trues, right? Okay, so hopefully the offset on these are correct. So I'll get rid of that console log. We'll have this here again. I'm going to probably render everything at a time, but let's like see if this is correct. See what we have. All right, that's very good. And now I'm going to force some LODs, right? Although we still don't know if the LOD 0 thing is ever able to. No, it should be fine. As long as our LOD 0 is able to fully add to itself to get to 1, which I don't know if it is. I guess it's not. So in a init, we want to have like this offset stored, right? So we can say it's like a special low LOD block where we don't render that one. I don't know. Oh, this is stupid how I'm going to program this, but I'm just going to say like if this dot low LOD or LOD 0, I'm just going to call it force for a second, right? Whoops, that's not how you spell force. If that exists, right? And I guess by default, we'll have it so it doesn't exist, I guess. I don't know. This is like some real shit I'm writing here. But my brain is broken and I can't think of how to do this in a clean way. I just want to have it work. So then here, we want to force our LOD to 0, kind of. We only want to force it, whatever, it doesn't matter. Wait, and I want to set it to 1, right? And here, whatever, call it true. It doesn't really matter. Okay, let's see if that gives us a result. Well, it gave us something. Also, how am I still... Hold on. What the fuck? What is console logging there? The positions. Why did I change that range again? How did that range get changed? What? Where did my multiplication 2 go though? How did that go? How did I accidentally get rid of that? Okay, hold on. What's going on here? Okay, so we should still see just as many entities, which we probably don't. But let's get rid of that fucking console log message because it's annoying. And then we're going to force different LODs because I think we're still forcing the lowest LOD. So paste this in. Okay, console's no longer being spammed. So if we force the like medium LOD, right? Ideally, we'll still see the same amount of trees. However, I don't think we are. I think it's not showing us. I don't think it's doubling up how we wanted it to. But ideally, no. See, and they're like weird shit going on with that. So that means the lowest LOD is not, it's not generating the size chunk we thought it should be. Right, so we're generating a quarter of what we need. That's okay, you know, like we could have this worked out, we could figure this out. So we're gonna have a function that resends our messages and clears our buffers or something. I don't know, but we want to, hold on one second, I got a text message. All right, I gotta make a phone call real quick. Sorry, guys. Okay, I have to kind of go deal with something, but it sucks because I'm in the middle of this now. I'm gonna forget what's going on, but I guess I should end the stream because it's gonna be a little while, hopefully not more than half an hour. So I'll try to come back in a half hour. Hopefully I don't forget what I was doing. Let me just, I gotta look at what I was doing real quick. Right, so our chunks are not generating. I just want to have a note to myself. Note to self, right, our low lot static chunks are not generating, whatever genning, I'll just write because I don't feel like typing that much. Genning, it's not generating 4 times the size, whatever, something along those lines, right? All right. Sorry, I mean, it sucks, I know. Sorry, Steve Void, but I got a phone call and I gotta go do something. But it shouldn't take that long, so I should be able to stream after it. I hope it doesn't take more than half an hour. But I'll see you guys in a little bit.